Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Les vamos a solicitar si
Good morning. Please start coming in and taking your seats so that in a couple of minutes we can start this fifth meeting of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. If you could be so kind as to start finding your seats.
les solicitamos, si son tan amables, por favor, tomar sus ubicaciones.
We would ask you to please kindly take your seats.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Good morning. We ask that you please take your seats.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Good morning. We're ready to officially open the 5th session of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. In order to open this inauguration ceremony, it is my pleasure to yield to Luis Gilberto Murillo Urrutia, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome you to Colombia, a country of beauty and enchantment in this magical city of Cartagena, on behalf of President Gustavo Petro and Vice President Francia Marquez. I want to acknowledge Mr. Javier Medina Vasquez, the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for all your work, sir. Work that I've been witness to for a long while now. And we both share an interest, a shared interest in perspective. I also want to greet Mr. Luis Yáñez, Secretary of ECLAC, as well as Simón Cecchini, Director of the CELADE Center, as well as Ms. Susana Sotoli, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Population Fund. To all of you, thank you for your unwavering support to Colombia and for being here in our country. I also want to acknowledge Ms. Noemi Espinosa, Ambassador and Deputy Permanent Representative of Honduras to the United Nations, in her capacity as Chair of the 57th session of the Commission on Population and Development of the United Nations. It is an honor to have you here. As you very well know, we have a very close relationship with Chair Xiomara Castro and also Eduardo Reina, his Minister of Foreign Affairs, whom I meet with very often. I also want to acknowledge Your Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, chiefs of delegation and heads of delegation, all who are present here this morning, and highlight the presence of the former Vice President of Costa Rica, Epsi Campbell, a partner and a permanent expert in the Permanent Forum on Afro-Descendants, and its president. She was the founder of the Association of Latin American and Afro-Latin American Women. I also want to recognize Ms. Cindy Quesada Hernandez, the Minister of the Condition of Women in the Republic of Costa Rica. I see we have a very rich representation. Ministers of agencies devoted to the development of women. Also, Ms. Ángela Teresa Hernandez Cajo, Minister for Women and Vulnerable Populations in Peru. Also, Ms. Ana Aguilar Teysen, the Presidential Secretary for Women's Affairs in Guatemala. I'd like to greet representatives of the United Nations system agencies, both regional ones and global ones, and all other international organizations represented here this morning. I would like to greet Ms. Piedad Urdinola, Director of the Administrative Department of Statistics in Colombia, also known as DANE, which will be holding the Global Data Forum in Medellin later this year with our colleagues from the Council of Ministers. And we extend a warm invitation to all of you, as well as Mr. Carrillo, the Director of UNGRD, the Risk Management Unit in Colombia, Mr. Carlos Carrillo, also here as part of the Council of Ministers, also Mr. Jaime Urrego, Vice Minister of Public Health and Services in Colombia, whom will also be co-chairing some of our sessions. Thank you for being here, sir. To the honorable members of the Congress of Colombia and the civil servants at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other regional entities, Ms. Constanza Bejarano, Director of Economic, Environmental, and Social Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Greetings to you, Constanza, and your team, including Elizabeth, as well as Ambassador Adriana Mendoza. Thank you for leading this event here in Colombia. Also representatives of media outlets, people who are joining us via streaming, leaders and representatives of civil society and civil society organizations that represent also peoples and communities in the region. Also special guests, welcome to all of you. It is a deep honor for Colombia to host for the first time a session of the Regional Conference on Population Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, and for our government, the government of change. It is extremely important for us to be holding this session here. Colombia, power of life and peace, sets people at the very center of everything, seeking prosperity and well-being for all. We have developed a foreign affairs policy that promotes life across all kinds of expressions. At the end of October here, we will be holding a conference of the parties of the Biodiversity Convention, COP16. And again, promoting life. This government also promotes peace at all levels. We don't talk about war. We talk about peace at a national and at a global level. In the same fashion, strengthening democracy and democracy itself in a context of inclusion and social justice is what we promote as a government. Now, peace doesn't mean the absence of conflict, the peace that we're talking about, but rather gender equality and universal access to health care, including, of course, sexual health and reproductive rights. This means having the right to grow old in dignified conditions. Recently, a retirement reform, a pension reform was approved that gives retirement payment to all elders, something they did not have access to before. It's a wonderful reform, and I know that Deputy Minister Urrego worked at length in making that reform a reality, because we deserve a decent retirement payment. And we also guarantee the rights of traditionally excluded populations, all revolving around some essential values which are currently being jeopardized. Because we see that there are anti-rights movements that have a greater ability to advocate and to have an impact. And this government is a government that promotes rights. Let's not be mistaken in that regard. We are confronting regressive movements and forces that want to set us back 20 years. That's the reason why today, more than ever, we are called to defend the objectives and the action plan from El Cairo in 1994 and the Montevideo Consensus, which present the collective duty of defending those rights. In a war against nature, we are jeopardizing our fate. The last decade of the 80s is again knocking at the region's doors, and nonetheless, this is a peaceful region where the countries are not at war and yet are subject to a great deal of violence. We're called to bring down those levels of violence. We are currently undergoing a true development crisis in the region because of the old paradigms, which are no longer useful, which work no longer. We need new paradigms and we need new discussions. And this type of conversation is precisely what sheds light on our ability to find and implement those new paradigms. And Latin America and the Caribbean as regions of peace that show the way to the rest of the world also have a story to tell about resiliency and renovation. And that's the most important asset we have in our region, and that's why our agenda is so important. I am confident that this meeting will be an opportunity for us to ponder on the challenges we face, to renew our commitments vis-a-vis Cairo and Montevideo. All of this, nonetheless, in a new context of finding new paradigms, which is precisely what the government of change promotes in Colombia. The future is in all of our hands. That's why I congratulate civil society organizations for being here, as well as communities and populations. I've been told they're a majority in this room, and that's extremely important. And I can tell because of the colors in the room. When you're up here looking at the room, you see so many vibrant colors and you know that civil society is here. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to find joint solutions. Let's reach agreements. We're facing many challenges against the rights agenda, the human rights agenda, and we need to find the 5 common points that we have to come together and fight for. I wish you fruitful work going ahead, and with this, I officially open the 5th session of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Canciller. La palabra.
Thank you, Minister. Now we yield to Mr. Javier Medina, Deputy Secretary General of ECLAC. Thank you, Luis, and good morning, everybody. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Gilberto Murillo. Mr. Sergio Cusicanque, Minister of Development and Planning at the Plurinational State of Bolivia. Ms. Susana Sotoli, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Population Fund. Ms. Noemi Espinosa, Ambassador and Deputy Permanent Representative of Honduras to the United Nations in her capacity as Chair of the 57th session of the Commission on Population and Development of the United Nations. Madam Ministers and Ministers of ECLAC's member states, authorities, delegates, ambassadors, colleagues of the United Nations system, ECLAC and other international organizations, especially CELADE and the Commission's Secretariat. Thank you, Simone, and thank you, Lucho. Thank you to the Gender Affairs Division at ECLAC and representatives of CSOs and dear friends. On behalf of the of ECLAC and its executive secretary, José Manuel Salazar, it is for me a great honor to welcome you warmly to this 5th session of the Regional Conference on Population Development in Latin America and the Caribbean in this beautiful and historic city of Cartagena, Indias, which was declared a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in 1984. I wish to express my deep gratitude to the government and the people of Colombia for welcoming us to this city, so generous in its architecture, history, natural beauty, and such rich cultural diversity, which is in turn the product of the diversity of its population, the result of the confluence of its indigenous peoples, people of African descent, and migrants of European origin and from other parts of the world. We also want to greet and express our solidarity to the Caribbean nations that have been hit by the hurricane recently, and we express our condolences for the loss of life in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we know that it is also currently impacting Jamaica. And we're very sorry to learn that they were unable to travel to join us here because of the hurricane, and that they're thankfully joining us online. Now I'd like to talk about 3 main topics. First, talk about the development crisis in Latin America and the Caribbean and the importance of demographic trends and issues. Second, I will highlight the importance of the Montevideo Consensus in our region. And third, I will thank and acknowledge the people and institutions that have made this very important conference possible. First off, transformation of the development model. As you know, ECLAC turned 75 last year, and our focus is in inclusive, sustainable, and productive development. However, we have identified that Latin America and the Caribbean continues to make strides, very slow strides, in this 2021 year. We have seen that we have met only 22% of the 2030 agenda goals, and we're not even on the compliance trend. That's why strengthening our development is important in Latin America, because it conditions our ability to attain the SDGs, and we are mired in 3 big traps which feed each other and which generated development crisis, as pointed out by Minister Murillo. The first one of these traps is our low ability to grow, which is expressed in the fact that between 2014 and 2023, GDP in the region grew at only 0.8% on average, which is less than half the pace at which it grew in the last decade in the 80s. In other words, another lost decade, even worse. The second trap is that low social mobility are worsened because of gender inequality, deficiencies in vocational and professional training, and the low dynamism in job creation, as well as regressive political policies and fiscal policies. And the third trap is a low institutional capacity, the lack of governance, and the lack of future in the management of transformations. In order to overcome these traps and transform the regional development model towards one that is more inclusive and sustainable and productive, ECLAC has summoned countries in the region to act upon the causes that are the root of inequality in order to scale up our efforts as regards productive development, and especially pay attention to how to improve governance of public policies in order to strengthen our technical, operational, political, and prospective capacities at our institutions. Also, to strengthen social dialogue. All of this leads us to finding regional solutions, as is the Montevideo Consensus on Population Development. This framework frames the role and importance of anticipating social challenges and signal pathways to build a future for our region. Demographic trends and population affairs have to be coordinated with our development challenges, And we need to put in practice effective and equitable public policies. The age structure and the aging of our population, as well as autonomy and empowerment of women, and making strides towards gender equality, urbanization, diversification of internal migration, and the acknowledgement and valuation of historically excluded and discriminated peoples like indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant peoples, persons with disabilities, and LGBTIQ+ are some of the components that are an essential component of development. Development belongs to the people, is done by the people, and is done for the people. We must not forget that human development means turning potential into capability so that people have the ability to choose their own life project and vision for the future. Second, we're going to look at the relevance of the Montevideo Consensus. The Montevideo Consensus on Population Development, approved in the first session of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, celebrated in Montevideo in 2013, August, is our regional roadmap and makes up one of the most advanced tools and instruments in the world for the promotion of the rights of the people in a framework of sustainable development. 11 years after its approval, it continues to encourage us to strengthen and further the human rights approach with a gender perspective, intercultural perspective, and intersectional perspective, as well as the elaboration of public policies and programs that seek to improve the population's welfare and well-being, even though we have a long way to go as regards implementing the measures, prioritizing measures, and generating more awareness on the importance of demographic processes and its impact on sustainable development. We need to value what we have attained thus far. Public policies and progress have been implemented, and they allow us to tackle two emerging challenges to be able to enjoy rights at a population level. We need to double down our efforts to fight against inequality and poverty, as well as guaranteeing the effective exercise of sexual health and reproductive rights. 15 November last year at ECLAC in Santiago de Chile, we commemorated the 10 years of the Montevideo Consensus in the framework of the fifth meeting of the presiding officers for the regional conference. The meeting was carried out with the support of UNFPA, and it was a milestone with the participation of governments, CSOs, scholars, and UN system agencies. 28 ECLAC member states attended, as well as 2 associated states, and about 500 people were present at the meeting.
Para una reunión de la mesa.
It is worth noting that this was more than a simple meeting of the presiding officers. We had more than 260 people who were members of regional civil society organizations. And here it is worth highlighting the active participation of organizations of people with disabilities.
De la sociedad civil tuvieron un rol muy importante en la conferencia, donde presentaron su declaración política, mediante la cual reafirmaron
the political declaration in which they reaffirmed their commitment to the consensus, as well as the struggle for equality, human rights, and social justice in the region, in addition to their willingness to continue working to ensure that the commitments of the consensus are effectively fulfilled. In the agreements of the meeting, the countries also reaffirmed their commitment to the Montevideo Consensus and recognized their contribution to the process of implementation, as well as follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, in addition to the global follow-up of the Programme of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development. This is a renewed manifestation of the commitment to the consensus. Governments thereby presented their voluntary national reports on the progress achieved and the challenges remaining in its implementation. It is also worth noting that during 2023, a series of national events commemorating 10 years of the consensus were held in Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Peru, and Uruguay. And there was
región del Caribe que tuvo lugar en Antigua y Barbuda. Finalmente, los reconocimientos y agradecimientos. Este año es un hito en la conmemoración de los 30 años de la adopción en el Cairo del Programa de Acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la población y el desarrollo. Por ello, el programa de nuestra conferencia regional prevé para el día de mañana un panel de alto nivel sobre los logros y desafíos del Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo a 30 años del programa de acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la Población y el Desarrollo del Cairo. En este contexto, el segundo informe regional sobre la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo que presentaremos en esta reunión y se titula Población, Desarrollo y Derechos en América Latina y el Caribe, representa la contribución de la región al ciclo quinquenal de examen y evaluación mundial de la ejecución del programa de acción de la conferencia. Fue preparado por la CEPAL en su rol de Secretaría Técnica de la Conferencia Regional con la y se basa en la recolección, sistematización y análisis de un amplio conjunto de información y
as well as national experiences. The document enshrines the progress made in the region in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus from 2013 to 2023 and sets a spotlight on the challenges of the 2030 agenda, which continue to make Latin America and the Caribbean one of the most unequal regions in the world. Amongst other personalities present in this panel, we will have the Ambassador of Honduras, Noemí Espors.
Presidenta de la Comisión de Población y Desarrollo de las Naciones Unidas logró.
Thanks to this, the convening countries in the 57th session of the United Nations Commission on Population Development in past May in New York agreed on a policy to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the ICPD, reaffirming the program of action of the conference. In the first paragraph, the statement specifically recognizes the final documents of the regional conferences which examine and highlight their contribution. This means that the work of the regional conferences is indeed important. Besides the wonderful work of the ambassador, I want to recognize the renowned work of the Latin American countries, as well as other organizations in the regions which widely supported the principles of the Montevideo Consensus and its program action, advocating to further its implementation. In 1994, the ICPD program was a milestone in the setting up of the worldwide agenda on human rights and development, focused on human rights, and the Montevideo Consensus is the expression, the regional expression for Latin America and the Caribbean. I also want to highlight that thanks to Colombia's leadership, the rights of people with disabilities will indeed be one of the key themes in this meeting. In an ad hoc panel, we will be able to talk about the strategies that are necessary to continue to drive and visibilize the needs and the rights of people with disabilities in the region. Moreover, at ECLAC, we just published the accessible version of the Montevideo Consensus, which makes it accessible to people that are visually impaired and comprehension impaired. In line with this, the promotion of the rights in order to move towards a full enjoyment of rights of persons with disabilities via their participation is part of the mandate and strategy of the United Nations for the inclusion of persons with disabilities, as is the inclusion strategy of ECLAC, which seeks to put persons with disabilities at the very center as subject of rights, by which the motto reads, "Nothing about us without us."
I cannot close without thanking the government of Colombia, represented here by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Luis Gilberto Murillo, for his warm, generous, and enthusiastic welcome. I would also like to recognize the plurinational state of Bolivia, represented by Minister Sergio Cusicanqui, for his commendable work as chairman of the presiding officers of the regional conference since 2022. Which has strengthened the dynamism of this regional forum. I would also be remiss if I were to end without thanking also the United Nations, represented by Regional Director Dr. Susana Sotoli, the agency that for so many years has been a partner and pioneer in development in the region. Together, we have been working together in carrying out essential work in the area of technical assistance for countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Last but not least, all my appreciation and congratulations to the governments and civil society organizations who are joining us here today, and from their own perspectives and mandates, are collaborating to ensure the success of this meeting and to promote the implementation of the consensus in their respective countries, territories, and areas of action. I wish you all the best for these working sessions of the 5th meeting of the Regional Conference, which will be held in this marvelous city in Cartagena, as well as in the parallel events which are planned, which I'm sure will be very fruitful and positive. It is my sincere hope that by the end of the meeting we will return to our respective countries with renewed commitment, and so that 11 years after the adoption of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development and 30 years after the adoption of the ICPD Program of Action from Cairo, no one will be left behind on this path towards sustainable, productive and inclusive development that we hope to achieve in our region. In light of the results achieved and the challenges that lie ahead, it is necessary that we concentrate our efforts on deepening the path that we have already trodden, as well as on boosting the efforts made to implement the Montevideo Consensus, which is such a powerful tool. And that in our regional conference, we have here the renewed energy to work on the values of diversity, and that also has the unique quality of allowing us to look at the same world from the position of the other. As we saw in the text on human condition in 1956, participation, plurality and dialogue are very valuable assets that must be protected and promoted in order to contribute to the development of more democratic, inclusive and fair societies with greater institutional qualities in Latin America and the Caribbean. I have a very special recommendation to make to you all for the conference. In the declaratory text and in your conversations, I would like for intergenerational solidarity to be included as a topic so that we can have evidence of the support for everything that will occur in the General Assembly in September as a part of the future summit. And I hope that this will be an expression of your will and the need to develop capacities in the next 10 years at very least, so that we can continue with progressive actions and development of the corresponding actions. Last but not least, in this 5th regional conference, there was a space, it's not only a space for exchange of ideas and knowledge, but it's also a catalyst for positive change in our societies. Please excuse me, Minister, from moving from the local to the global level, but there's no other way to do this. It has been requested that we talk about the campaign to prevent sexual abuse and violation. This is an initiative from ECLAC, the City of Cartagena, City Hall of Cartagena, and the United Nations here in Colombia. This is more urgent than ever because figures around the world in Colombia are alarming, especially with regards to victims of human trafficking, minors, and women who have been victims of sexual violence. Accordingly, when we look at the consequences of these behaviors and the importance of their prevention, especially as well as societal tasks to be conducted, when we made this commitment 10 years ago by the Montevideo Consensus, we must take actions with you all. We call upon you as participants of this conference to join this campaign, and in a symbolic act you will find that we have a bracelet for you to wear as a symbol of our commitment, but also as a reminder of the importance of the prevention and elimination of these activities. That does not come to an end when we leave these facilities. This applies in all public and private facilities.
Reconocer la labor de todas y todos los aquí presentes y de quienes nos por los logros alcanzados a la fecha y por contar.
Here we have the opportunity to continue building a dream in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a dream for more sustainable
Y productivo, fruto de la cooperación.
this must be strengthened by dialogue through regional efforts. This is part of building a future in which prosperity applies for us all, where democracy and the guarantee of human rights above all else. We must care for our boys and girls. This must go hand in hand. Thank you for your assistance and for assisting in this important cause. Thank you for welcoming us so warmly, and we hope that this conference will be fruitful, positive, and that you will not forget about the issue of solidarity, more specifically intergenerational solidarity. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias al secretario ejecutivo adjunto de la CEPAL.
Thank you. We will now hear from Susana Sotoli, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Population Fund. Thank you very much. A good morning to you all. I would like to once again welcome you. And thank you very much, Luis Gilberto Mina Urrutia, who is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Thank you for being here, as well as Javier Medina Vázquez, Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Also, Nomi Espinosa, Ambassador and Deputy Permanent Representative of Honduras to the United Nations, and also is here in her capacity as Chair of the 57th session of the Commission on Population and Development of the United Nations. Luis Jania, Secretary of the ECLAC Commission, and my colleague Simone Cecchini, Director of CELALE. A very special welcome to all of the heads of delegations of Latin American and Caribbean governments, as well as to representatives of civil society organizations who are joining us here. We have great expectations for our work together, because we hope that in coming together we will be able to draw on the necessary dynamics for these kinds of meetings. The United Nations systems, international colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it is a pleasure for me to be here in the name of the United Nations Population Fund in this renowned city. I would like to express my special gratitude to our hosts, the government of Colombia, for its leadership and involvement in this conference. We have had substantial participation, which talks about alignment and central values that we have represented here in this conference. I would like to take this opportunity to add to what was said by, or what will be said by, Sergio Cusicanqui. We will hear from him in just a moment, and also thank the government of Bolivia for its commitment to the work done with the presiding officers of this conference, who have been flying the flag of this conference in a very committed fashion. And of course, I'd like to express my gratitude to our colleagues from ECLAC and CELALE for being a strategic partner for so many years, not only for this conference, but also for many other matters that are on the agenda with regards to Montevideo and Cairo agendas when it comes to shared work. So here, on the path from Cairo to Cartagena and stopping at Montevideo along the way, 30 years have passed since the celebration of the International Population and Development Conference in Cairo. And today, we are gathered here today, just as we met in April last year in New York, to not only evaluate advances over the last 3 decades and to renew our commitment and the promise that we formulated at that time, looking to a world full of rights and opportunities for all, but also to identify the paths that we have to take and the challenges that lie ahead of us. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the Montevideo Consensus, as has already been said, brought together and also expanded upon the plan of action from Cairo. It became a key point of reference for the development of public policy in favor of equality, SRHR, and also the elimination of gender-based violence, amongst other key matters. Each step, each action which has been taken by governments, communities, organizations and individuals have contributed to ensuring that millions of people can benefit from the advances that have been achieved in the name of this agenda. There are 8 billion people on this planet, and behind every number there is a story. And so here, we have the stories of 3 generations of women, indigenous women in Bolivia, whose life stories reflect this path that we have trodden together over the last 30 years, in which we have seen transformative changes occur since Cairo. The first generation, the grandmother, is 72 years old. She is illiterate, and her life has been marked by a lack of opportunities. Today, she can proudly see how her daughter, who's 51 years of age, and of course the second generation, has been able to access opportunities that she was denied. Her daughter, despite the fact that she has had 2 unplanned pregnancies, has had a series of new experiences in her life. For example, she was able to open her own store and send her own daughters to school. Finally, the third generation, the granddaughter of the original woman, is 31 years old. And she was born when the Cairo Program of Action came about. She has completed university studies, has an economic startup which gives her great independence and makes her own decisions about her body with her partner, something that her grandmother and mother were never able to do. The story of this family, 3 women and 3 generations, paints a picture, a very real example, when we look at the lives of women in this region, of the changes that we have been able to attain since Cairo and since Montevideo. It speaks to us of advances, and if we look at the numbers beyond individual stories, we can see that maternal deaths have been reduced in Latin America and the Caribbean, as women have been able to access family planning services, and also as we have been able to offer more highly trained health personnel. From 2000 to 2023, access to modern contraceptives increased by almost 10%, and adolescent pregnancies were reduced by approximately 40%. The number of people with legislation that make reference to domestic violence increased from 20% in the year 2000 to 30% in 2020. Nonetheless, aggregated data does not necessarily talk about the realities of certain demographic groups or populations, who sometimes differ from these national averages. And here it is very important that we also be able to make reference to this data. Almost half of all pregnancies in our region are not planned, and they occur specifically amongst indigenous Afro-descendant communities in remote areas. There are 9 countries amongst the 60 countries in the world that have the highest adolescent fertility rates in the world. Preventable maternal deaths almost doubled from 2020 to 2022. And not in all demographic groups, but once again in these specific groups that I mentioned earlier that are excluded. 1 in every 3 women suffers violence in their lives, and gender-based violence continues to be tolerated even when emergencies occur. 14 of the 21 of the countries with the highest femicide rates in the world are in our region. We are at a critical turning point when it comes to development in our region, as was mentioned by my colleague from ECLAC, where due to the fact where there is a loss, we have a double loss. We must here redouble our efforts so that we can escape these development traps that have been mentioned. And here,
millones de niñas, adolescentes y mujeres en nuestra región. En un contexto de diversidad demográfica,
in the context of the region where we have countries that still have important demographics and other areas where we have changes in our demographic dynamics in our population, it is necessary that we have countries where public and private investment and the challenge of public policies take into account and have a life cycle focus and that strategic decisions be able to be made in appropriate projects in each stage of people's lives, taking into account their specific needs. And this is also an important turning point to accelerate our actions. Accordingly, the cost of inaction could cause us to take several decade steps back. And so the UNFPA has works with 10 countries in the region. We know that failing to invest in adolescent pregnancy costs approximately $9.5 billion per year. And approximately, this is equivalent to approximately 0.38% of the GDP, the annual GDP of these countries. Many of our partners, governments, civil society, continue to work on these estimations because we believe that there are spaces for or audiences for all kinds of arguments. Nobody is discussing the guarantee of rights, which is what is central to the Cairo and Montevideo consensus. Additionally, we believe that we must also talk about not only ethical and regulatory arguments, but also talk about social issues. For example, gender equality and reduction of teenage pregnancy are not only matters of solidarity or gender or generosity, but also they are equivalent to positive development policies. Accordingly, the Cairo Promise could not be more relevant or more urgent than it is currently because, as we have just heard, we see gender and racial inequality, etc. And this is really what lies at the center of the development traps that Javier spoke about. This promise is absolutely key and urgent. And as we prepare for the future summit, which will be held next September, we will be arriving at or reaffirming an international consensus to talk about well-being of global citizens. Delegates, in the name of the UNFPA, it is a great pleasure to be here with you today and in coming days to reaffirm our efforts so that our conversations, negotiations, and decisions in this conference send an unequivocal message with regards to our commitment and that this be translated into actions and policies so that narratives can become results and so that everybody will have the possibility to prosper in an inclusive environment. When it comes to advances and challenges with regards to inclusion, I would like to invite you to visit the exhibition in the room next door, where there is a multimedia exhibition that gives voices to women and young people in commemoration of 30 years of the Cairo event. At 1 p.m. this afternoon, we will be holding the special launch of our insignia publication, which is the 2024 Global Population Status Report, where we can once again talk about this important balance. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Susana. A continuación, Noemí Espinosa.
Thank you, Susana. Now we will hear from Noemí Espinosa Madrid, Ambassador to the Special Mission for Women's Affairs and President of 57th Period of Sessions of the UNFPA. Thank you very much and good morning, everybody. Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Colombia, Mr. Luis Gilberto Murillo, thank you for your warm welcome. We are indeed sister countries, sister nations, and it's a pleasure to be here. I also want to greet the President of the main table of a conference, who's the Minister of Planning and Development, Mr. Sergio Cusicanqui of the plurinational state of Bolivia, whom I believe will be showing a video. Also, the Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Javier Medina Vasquez, Director of CELAE, Mr. Simone Sesenki, and the Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UNFPA, Ms. Susana Sotori, honorable women ministers and representatives of the governments, of other UN agencies, of CSOs, ladies and gentlemen. It is for me a pleasure and an honor to be in this 5th conference of the regional conference, as I am the president of the 57th session. This post has been a recognition to the socialist and solidary government of Honduras presided by Her Excellency Ms. Xiomara Castro. Allow me please to greet the Secretary of State at the Social Development Secretariat, Mr. Cardona, who also heads the delegation of Honduras in this meeting and who honors us with his presence. Greetings to you, sir. We recently celebrated the 30th anniversary of the ICPD, and this milestone has been a crucial opportunity to reflect upon our attainments, our achievements, but also upon the permanent challenges and the necessary actions that ought to be undertaken to be able to move forward in an ever more complex context than the one we had back in 1994. Last year, we also celebrated 10 years of the adoption of the Montevideo Consensus, an instrument that reflects the comprehensiveness of the action plan presented 30 years ago, but also the document that is the most progressive one as a result of El Cairo Agenda. Just as in 1994, the ICPD's program action transcended the limited vision of focusing only on family planning to tackle issues related to economic development, and with a special focus on the rights of women and children at the very heart of population development policies. The Montevideo Consensus has become a concept framework for sustainable development, which highlights the imperative need to prioritize the inclusion of gender perspective, intercultural perspective when it comes to development. This means that we cannot think about sustainable development if we don't take into account the intersectionality. This Montevideo Consensus and its inclusion to the Cairo Agenda, or in the Cairo Agenda, is very significant to the world and clarifies the path to follow when it comes to confronting these challenges. And we shouldn't want any less. We confront myriad crises which confront us with the need to continue to transform our development model. The current model has meant that we have been not only unable to mitigate crisis, but that these crises have become worse because of inflation, because of food safety, insecurity, the climate crisis, the energy crisis, and the furthering of inequality. The global situation today is not much different from that in the region. 30 years into the conference, the scenario is very complex and is marked by wars that we cannot be indifferent to. We live in a more intolerant and polarized world, and we need frameworks to ensure that technological changes truly contribute to the improvement of conditions of life for the people. We need political will and political action to ensure a better coexistence with the planet without destroying it. On the other hand, geopolitics continue to organize themselves and reorganize themselves to continue the accumulation of forces that would lead us to a more balanced world, a world that prioritizes people over economic and political interests, and that is better able to respond to emergencies and crises such as the economic, the health, and the climate crises. This is part of the population development agenda. Over the last 10 years, before this 57th period of sessions, this program translated into a lack of consensus and advance at ICPD. Before, we had only attained results along 4 lines of work. That's how we come to the 57th session of period of sessions, which started in April at the United Nations headquarters in New York, which I had the honor to chair on behalf of my country, Honduras, and representing the region. Now, the process wasn't simple, and nonetheless, just as in 2013, when the region seized the opportunity presented by the 20 years of the ICPD's action program and further the commitments of the Montevideo Consensus. It was in April last year that we seized the 30th anniversary of El Cairo to demonstrate the world that it is possible to succeed, that in a world where equity and universal access to rights is the rule and not the exception can be attained, and that particular interests need to be left to a side. On the 57th session, we approved by consensus a political declaration, a high-level political session. Thank you, Mr. Medina, for recognizing this, reaffirming the global commitment to the implementation of the ICPD action program, celebrating not just 30 years of progress, but also highlighting the continued relevance of the population agenda on our road to sustainable development. Allow me, please, to highlight some of the points of this declaration which are key to our work here. First, it was highlighted that the full execution of the program of action or action program is necessary not just to attain the SDGs in the 2030 agenda, but also to ensure that the three dimensions of sustainable development, which are economic, social, and environmental, can be worked on in a comprehensive manner, guaranteeing in this way the human rights for all, promoting gender equity, and empowering women and girls. The right to development was recognized as such, and the need to finance development, including the need to accelerate the Addis Ababa agenda, highlighting the fact that international cooperation and financing for sustainable development are key. Third, we highlighted the importance of recognizing science, technology, and innovation and capacity building activities via South-South cooperation as key tools towards this end. And fourth, it reaffirmed that the results and documents of regional conferences, as recognized by Mr. Medina, such as the Montevideo Consensus, are key to specifically guide each region in the implementation of the Cairo Agreement. This declaration also reiterates that there can be no development without human rights, and it allows to strengthen the population agenda with other processes and agendas. The reason is that it contains key and strategic components related to financing, for example, and to the need of strengthening the spirit of international cooperation as well as worldwide partnerships and solidarity. There is no doubt today that the progress on ICPD's action program are the building block to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda. It is key now for the breadth and width of this agenda to be reaffirmed in the Cumbre del Futuro. The results of that summit will surely be that the dignity and the needs of people are the basis of development, and there is no future that can be possible if we cannot ensure the sustainability of our planet. Our region will be key in advocating towards this end in that space, ensuring that the global reconfiguration will transform political, social, and economic patterns, and ensuring that human rights are guaranteed, as well as that cultural diversity is recognized as a source of wealth that widens our understanding of the world and allows us to continue to move forward in joint strategies to promote cooperation and dialogue. Last, it's very important to recognize the work of each one of the actors and stakeholders that have allowed us to get thus far with the renewed component 30 years after ICPD and 10 years or 11 years after adopting the Montevideo Consensus. I'd like to highlight the important role that CSOs play in this region at all levels. With their day-to-day work, CSOs contribute to make the world a better place every day, and I greet you. I'd like to point to what the Montevideo Consensus highlights, which is that poverty in all of its expressions represents in itself a denial of rights and their enjoyment, and that modifying this is a moral imperative in the region that all governments must take on. We ought to continue celebrating the legacy of El Cairo and the progress of the Montevideo Consensus without abandoning a dream of a future with social justice for both present and future generations. We continue to work to attain that, and thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajadora. Para cerrar la ceremonia.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. And now to wrap up the opening ceremony, we will be seeing the video of the message that Sergio Cusicanqui shares with us as chair of the 4th Regional Conference.
A Luis Gilberto Murillo, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Colombia. A Javier Medina Vázquez.
I want to greet Luis Gilberto Murillo, Javier Medina Vázquez, Deputy Executive Secretary for ECLAC, Susana Sotoli, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean for the UNFPA. Ms. Noemi Espinosa, Ambassador and Deputy Permanent Representative of Honduras to the United Nations in her capacity as Chair of 57th Session of the Commission on Population and Development of the United Nations. Honorable delegates of member states of ECLAC, representatives of civil society organizations, dear participants, good morning to you all. It is a great source of satisfaction to be part of the opening session of the 5th session of the Regional Conference on Population Development in Latin America and the Caribbean on behalf of the plurinational state of Bolivia, and as the chair of the Regional Conference for the 2022-2024 period. The government of my country and its president, Luis Arce, extend a warm greeting to all those who are here to open this meeting and express our gratitude to the government and the people of Colombia for hosting this meeting in the beautiful and historical city of Cartagena de Indias. This body has been in charge of the presiding table since the 4th session of the regional conference was celebrated in Santiago de Chile in July 2022. And we want to thank the countries of the region for trusting us with this responsibility and honor of presiding the conference. Ever since, we have put forth all of our efforts to continue to drive and further the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development at a moment in which the world and the region were starting to wake up from a long lockdown and pandemic because of COVID-19. And we started our work with several stakeholders like governments, CSOs, international organizations, academic institutions, joining our efforts all together and our capacities. As you all know, the Montevideo Consensus is the most important intergovernmental agreement in our region as regards population and development. And in association with ECLAC and UNFPA, we last year led the celebration of 10 years of the Montevideo Consensus, which has been an enormous stimulus to renew our commitment to its implementation. I remind us all that the Montevideo Consensus is the regional expression of the ICPD's action program. Accordingly, a few months back at the New York headquarters of the United Nations, we had the 57th session of the Commission on Population and Development of the United Nations, and we represented the region in a panel, high-level panel, presenting the main conclusions and discussions of the regional conferences on population and development. And we also, as a country, contributed to the debate and to the plenary meeting of the United Nations to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the ICPD's action program.
57ª sesión de la
The 57th session of the Commission on Population Development of the United Nations reflected the leadership of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Quiero destacar por su
I would like to highlight also the incredible leadership offered by Noemi Espinosa in her chair position on the Commission and also congratulate her for having achieved the declaration of the consensus in which there's a reaffirmation of the relevance of the plan of action from the International Conference on Population and Development 30 years after its approval. Currently, the consensus has contributed to raising awareness on the enormous inequalities that exist in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also the design and implementation of public policy that address in a cross-cutting manner the problems that we have, taking into account interculturality and intersectionality that are very unique to our region. For example, we've had the reduction of teenage pregnancies, which is a direct result of strategies that were promoted by the consensus. This has been done via accessible spaces with information, access to modern contraceptives that are both safe and trustworthy. According, the plurinational state of Bolivia has promoted the concept as part of our historical, political, and social policies addressed or aimed at informing how we can act with regards to colonial, capitalist, neoliberal policies that are imposed upon men, women, and Mother Earth, so that we can be reciprocal without violence, exclusion, or discrimination towards people, so that people, along with Mother Earth and communities, can exist in peace. We are aware of how much there is to do in the region when it comes to the full implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, particularly with regards to gender equality and also SRHR. And so when it comes to those demographic groups that face greatest vulnerabilities, we must work very hard. We still have enormous challenges when it comes to sexual and reproductive health rights, particularly when it comes to discrimination due to gender identity and sexual orientation. This continues to be a regulatory challenge, especially when it comes to concrete actions to be taken. Gender-based violence continues to be a scourge in our region, as we can see with regards to its extreme expression in the form of femicide. We also have the issue of child and adolescent marriages that have a huge impact on girls and teenagers. We must continue to talk about the inclusion of people with disabilities and also expand coverage and inclusion of elderly people when it comes to social protection, care, and health services. When we talk about indigenous peoples, we have seen incredible advances in the majority of countries in the region when it comes to the implementation of laws, regulations, and institutions that take into account the minimum standards that were enshrined in Resolution 169 when it comes to the rights of indigenous peoples. I would like to recognize and express gratitude to the current chair of ECLAC, which has performed incredibly when it comes to the Commission as well as the CELALE. As technical chair of the conference, incredible work has been done. So we'd like to recognize and also express gratitude to the UNFPA, a key partner when it comes to the works being done in our position as chair. I must also recognize the role of civil society when it comes to the adoption of Montevideo Consensus that has played an important role since 2013. Civil society is key and has played an important role in accountability, not only with regards to advances, but also pending challenges when it comes to implementation of the consensus. Before closing, I would like to take advantage of having you all here to, in the name of the plurinational state of Bolivia, express gratitude for the solidarity and support that this international community has demonstrated with regards to the failed coup d'etat on the 26th of June. And we continue, fortunately, with a democratically elected government in power. Democracy is a right of us all because it is only through democracy that we'll be able to advance with regards to the implementation of our development agendas. And accordingly, it is extremely important for us to have received your support in these difficult times. We are sure that together we will no longer permit these kinds of actions in Latin America and the Caribbean. We wish you the greatest success to all of you in the government of Colombia when it comes to the development of this regional conference on population and development for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for your role of leadership with the presiding officers up to 2026. You have all of our support from the plurinational state of Bolivia. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, de este modo.
Thank you very much. With this, we wrap up the inaugural ceremony of the conference, and now we are going to be electing the next chair of the conference, as Minister Kusikanki mentioned, and we hope for your endorsement, because we propose to choose Colombia, represented by Luis Gilberto Murillo Urrutia, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, as the chair of the 5th session of the conference. Thank you very much to all delegations. So now we open up the opportunity for you to send your expressions of interest in supporting the presiding officers over the next couple of years. You have the floor now, Minister Murillo, to talk about the agenda. Thank you. I want to thank you and all the delegations for the trust that you have given Colombia and the government of change, especially led by President Petro and Vice President Francia Marquez. We will undertake this task with full commitment and dedication, just as has been done by our predecessors. Uruguay, Mexico, Peru, and Bolivia, as chairs of the presiding officers for the regional conference, your commitment has been a full commitment, and so is ours. We're fully committed to the Montevideo Consensus, and we seek to continue to foster our work in formulating public policies that seek to attain justice, development, and total peace for all of our peoples. I would like now to refer to 6 shared challenges in the region, which will continue to set the path for our work, and from which we will be extracting very important lessons to be shared not just within the region, but with the rest of the world. First off, the climate change crisis, which produces climate emergencies. The region today, and in the Caribbean, where we are at currently, such a symbolic and important region, is being highly impacted by extreme climate events, which are ever more frequent. We're currently entering the hurricane season, and we have mentioned already our solidarity with countries in the Caribbean that haven't been affected by the hurricane. That's a huge challenge we face.
Y aquí está nuestro director de la unidad de gestión.
And here we are joined by the director of the Risk and Disaster Management Office, Mr. Carlos Carrillo. We need inclusive and intersectional policies in what has to do with protection, prevention of risk, and social protection. Second, we need to promote interculturality and the territorial rights of indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant peoples, campesino peoples, or farmers in Colombia. Our government set forth a specific set of laws for the guarantee of rights to campesinos or peasants. Of course, Colombia supports and endorses the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in the same fashion. Nonetheless, we have pending commitments in providing declarations for Afro-descendant peoples in the region and in the UN system. And I insist upon this. We're concerned about regressive movements when it comes to rights that oppose openly to these declarations, which Colombia supports. We also need to tackle these structural knots related to gender inequality, which continues to persist. Fourth, inclusion and social protection of migrant populations need to be a strategy. We are a reception country, and we have taken in more than 2.8 million migrants, most of them coming from the sister nation of Venezuela. The cost is almost 1% of our GDP, but the benefits are even greater, which is mainly solidarity of our peoples and our nations as a fundamental value. Fifth, the changes in the aging structure continue to persist of challenges. We need to increase the coverage of our social networks, of our social protection nets, with an intercultural and intragenerational perspective. And sixth, we need to make strides in ensuring the rights of persons with disabilities as an integral part of the ICPD and the regional conference. Persons with disabilities need a priority treatment and approach. These challenges and others will surely be reflected upon over the next couple of days, and I reiterate Colombia's commitment in maintaining and positioning our region's leadership when it comes to population and development, and the recognition of the 30th anniversary of El Cairo's action program and 11 years after the adoption of the Montevideo Consensus. Thank you very much. With this, honorable delegates, I present document LCCRP .5-1 RP1, titled Provisional Document or Provisional Agenda, which I submit for your consideration. If there aren't any comments, then the session is now open. Then it's approved if there aren't any comments.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to take a short break before the most complicated moment of the conference, the picture moment, where all heads of delegation need to take a picture, get their coffee, and come back to resume the work. Our protocol officers will be with us. No, el viernes. El viernes.
Esta. Sí, ahí. Exacto, ninguna se apagó.
Probando micrófono de consola. Testing console mic. Testing console mic. Testing console mic.
No.
¿No? ¿Y baja?
Testing console mic. Testing.
Ahora hable ahí directo. No, bájelo y hable directo a ver.
Testing console mic.
No.
O sea, no cogió ninguno.
Solo cogió cuando lo subió así, pero hay mucho ambiente. Pero no.
Probando micrófono de consola.
¿Tú seleccionaste COS?
Probando canal de inglés, no, ya te muestro. Probando canal de inglés. 1, 2 y 3, probando canal de inglés, ¿sí? Entonces mira.
Selecciono este. ¿Y ahí
No,
se oye mejor?
no. Ajá, ese. Y desmarcas ahí. No, con el botón. Otra vez, volvámoslo a meter.
Pero igual no
Espérate.
deberíamos seleccionar el COS.
Espérate. No, porque esto te está preguntando por microphone.
No, está preguntando por headset. Yo creo que está bien así. O sea, without the...
O sea, pones el COS y le pones...
exacto. ¿Y ahora qué? ¿Cómo salgo?
No. Eso, ya. Listo. Ya está.
Ok, hagamos pruebas.
Testing console mic. Testing console mic. Y entonces ya está cogiendo acá o acá. ¿Cuál?
Sí, puede, pero ahora me estoy...
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing console mic.
Y yo como le quito el...
Testing console mic.
El COS.
Eso.
Probando. Pero hay como un feedback, pero es por lo que él está aquí adentro con su receptor. Ok.
Entonces ya estamos con este micrófono.
Sí, ya estamos con este micrófono. Pero nos...
Probemos afuera, sí.
Sí, bueno.
Testing console mic. 1, 2, 3.
Sí, la próxima vez me salgo. Probando micrófono de inglés, probando. Ahora nos falta que sí nos llegue a este audífono el piso.
Do you recall not long ago we would walk on the sidewalk innocent? Remember, all we did was scared from each other, but the night was warm. We were both young. All around, the wind blows. We would only hold, let go. Blow a kiss, fire a gun. We need someone to lean on. Blow a kiss, fire a gun. We need someone.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Buenas tardes, buenos días.
Good morning.
Vamos a
We are going to start the next part of the session. We would please invite the delegations to take their seats. We have a very tight schedule. We are against the clock, and we would like to stay on time. We would invite the delegations to please take a seat.
Muchas gracias. Le doy la palabra.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to Constanza Bejarano Ramos, who is from the Ministry of Colombia, to present on this conference. Thank you. I would like now to invite Simon Cecchini, who is from CELALE, from the Demographic Division, who will be presenting on population development and rights in Latin America and the Caribbean. Second regional report on the implementation on the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development. Thank you very much, Constanza. And a very warm welcome to you all here. It is an honor and a pleasure to share this second monitoring report on the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus at the regional level with you. This is a report that expands upon and goes into detail on the report that was presented by, or in the past session, of the presiding officers, based on the reports from each participating country. I would like to express my gratitude to Colombia for being such a fantastic host country and for having organized this conference so well. This report has been prepared by the technical secretariat of the conference from CELALE, and it has very important inputs also from the gender department and the sub-regional offices of CELALE in the Caribbean, and of course also has important information from the UNFPA. The aim of the report is to present on the advances that have been made when it comes to the priority measures in the Montevideo Consensus, to talk about achievements, challenges, and best practices, so that we can all learn from empirical evidence and the actions that are occurring with regards to priority actions in the region. We have received 22 national voluntary reports as one technical note. And the report has also been updated based on different censuses, surveys, and UN databases, as well as research. And this also represents a regional contribution to the 57th session on the Commission of Population Development at the United Nations in New York. This is the structure of the report. Essentially, we make reference to all the different elements of the Montevideo Consensus, starting with demographic tendencies in Latin America and the Caribbean. And there are, of course, specific vulnerabilities in the case of the Caribbean, as we are well aware with the current hurricane. In addition to information from voluntary national reports, countries also responded to an updating survey on our platform. And accordingly, we have information from 28 countries in the region. And accordingly, we see the implementation of 1,436 actions, regulations, and associated actions in accordance with the Montevideo consensus. The chapter with the greatest number of chapters is Chapter B on children, adolescents, and youths, followed by Chapter A on population and development, and followed by Chapter E on gender equality. As I said, it is very important that we provide you with a regional context when it comes to these important demographic tendencies that are experiencing important changes and that have a significant impact on our economies and societies. How many of this there are us? According to 2024 CELADE estimations, we have 670 million people in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we will reach 752 million in 2056. According to our predictions, the population will then drop. But it's very important to also look at the trends when it comes to different demographic groups. When it comes to boys and girls or children aged from 0 to 14 years of age, it reached its maximum point in 2001. And now we see that this age group is dropping. That is the yellow line. The population of working age, the red line, is still increasing, which means that labor markets have the challenge now of creating employment, more specifically decent employment for this population up to 2042. And from that point on, this age group will also drop in number. When it comes to those over the age of 65, this demographic group continues to grow and will do so up until 2086 in accordance with our projections. There are three main variables when it comes to demographic trends. We have here fertility, as well as the death rate, as well as live births. And this is the variable that explains the very radical change we are seeing when it comes to population and demographic trends. In 1950, our region had the highest global rate of fertility in the world, followed by sub-Saharan Africa, where we had 5.8 children per woman. On average, now each woman has an average of 1.8 children, which is below the replacement rate. And we see similar trends in Europe, North America, and Canada. So Latin America and the Caribbean was the region with the largest drop when it comes to this global rate. The other variable that we must look at is the death rate or mortality rate. And here we see an increase in life expectancy and longevity. Here you can see the different regions around the world and the life expectancy for both sexes around the world. And in Latin America and Caribbean, well, in 1950, life expectancy was only 48.6 years, and now it is 76.1. And so, when it comes to development goals, this is a very important piece of data. This does not mean that we have not suffered any setbacks. We, of course, suffered the pandemic, and from 2019 to 2021, we saw a drop of almost 3 years for life expectancy in the region. That was the highest reduction in the world. On average, life expectancy reduced by 1.7 years globally. When it comes to longevity and life expectancy, well, we will continue to see an increase there, but clearly the pandemic led to an enormous number of preventable deaths that have also meant suffering for our population. And this is clear evidence of our health problems and inequalities, as well as other problems in the region. So we've spoken about fertility and death rates. And here we have what we used to call population pyramids, but they have now taken on a different shape. If you look on the left of the screen, in 1980, in light blue, we can see a pyramid. which is to say the largest age group here were children aged from 0 to 4. In 2024, we can see the pyramid looks more like a bell because the largest demographic group is aged from 20 to 24 years of age. And then from that point onwards, we see the pyramid. In 2050, the largest demographic age group will be the group aged from 50 to 54 years of age. And then below that, you can see an upside-down trapezoid form. And so at CELALE, we have been able to make these calculations and look at also the workforce, and that is represented here in purple. The workforce in the region in 1980 was 116 million people, equivalent to 32.9% of the total population, one-third of the population. This workforce continues to grow enormously. In 2024, we have reached 335 million people, equivalent to 51% of the total population. That's why I made reference to the challenges faced by the labor market when it comes to job creation. And we will continue to see growth, though somewhat slower, up to 2050, when we expect to have 403 million people in the workforce, equivalent to 54.6% of the total population. We've also seen significant changes when it comes to the sex breakdown of the workforce. In 1980, women represented only 27.6% of the total workforce. Currently, women represent 42.6% of the workforce, and by 2050, 44.9%. We still have an issue with gender equality because women are not yet sufficiently represented in the remunerated workforce. It's very important also that we have an idea of how this trend will impact on what we call the demographic bonus. That is here. This is the relationship of people between 0 to 14 years of age, as well as people of retirement age, divided then by the number of people of workforce age. And so we must here, of course, have sufficient people of working age to cover the expenses of their dependents. We believe that on average, this will come to an end in 2029. So this opportunity period of 62 years or up to 62 years of age will come to an end. So as a region, we have to look also, for example, at the gender aspect to look at how we can also include more women in the workforce. Here is a regional snapshot of what is occurring in the Caribbean sub-region. If we have a total population that will continue to grow up to 2056, but in the Caribbean, we will see a population drop 18 years earlier in 2038. And accordingly, the population growth rate, which was 0.7% in 2000, will drop to 0.4%. And so Caribbean countries have a very specific challenge when it comes to their population trends, and also when it comes to migration. The third demographic variable that we look at is that of international migration, which is increasingly important in our region. Around the year 2000, migrants in Latin America and the Caribbean were 43 million. That is to say 15% of the migrant population, total migrant population in the world. And in the region, we represent 8% of global population. So that is to say we are a region of migration. And that we can see continued migration to the north, to the United States of America, also to Europe. But we have seen a huge increase in interregional migration. When you look at regional totals, we have also immigrants, 23 million people, who represent 6.6% of the total regional population. But in the Caribbean, they represent 21% of the total population. So there's a lot of emigration, and this can create issues. And We then see the area with the second highest level of emigration is Central America, 9%. You can look at this publication in the conference application, and you can also find it on the conference website. And we now have specific chapters of the Montevideo Consensus. We will talk about this in broad strokes, as we cannot go into detail as to all of the chapters, but we will go into the most important details. Here we are talking about the full integration of the population into development. Here I would like to talk about the institutions in charge of population and development in our region. It is not so clear or as evident as it may be when we talk, for example, about social development or gender, because there are multiple institutions represented here. As you can see in the graph, we have greatest representation for institutions related to planning and economy, followed by ministries for social or human development, for example, via cabinets or councils. Then we have the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Then we have also National Statistics Institutes, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Health, and then also the Ministry of Women. This is official information that we received from the member countries. When it comes to population and development institutions, it's also important to look at how civil society participates in these institutions. There are two main options here. Civil society, rather, can be included in the public institutions in charge of these matters. But in the majority of cases, civil society participation is via consultation processes, workshops, key informants, or other mechanisms. And this is often based on different themes, for example, sexual health or demographic groups. With regards to Chapter B, on children, adolescents, and youths, we know that this is the age group with the highest levels of poverty. And we also know that there are many violations of rights for these groups. But there are two indicators that have had a very significant positive trend. First off, we have the mortality rate for children under the age of 5 years of age on the left-hand side of the screen, which in 2018 was 17.5 deaths per 1,000 live births, and which has dropped to 15.8. You can also see a green line up the top of the graph, which is a sub-regional challenge, specifically in the Caribbean, where we see a high rate of infant mortality in Haiti. Now let us look at the adolescent fertility rate. We've seen a drop in global fertility rates, but here it's very noteworthy to look at the drop in global adolescent fertility. This is a huge achievement because we know that adolescent fertility is oftentimes involuntary and frequently the result of abuse or a lack of access to healthcare services and contraception. So we can affirm that this is not only a natural result, but also the result of the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, which was approved in 2013. And we see now also healthcare centers that are directed at adolescents, as well as improving access to contraception. However, if you look at the red line, that is the trend in Latin America, and the blue line represents the rest of the world. So while the gap is closing, we still see a huge difference here. So in 2010, the adolescent fertility rate in Latin America and the Caribbean was 41% above the rate seen in the rest of the world, and it is now 24% above the rest of the world. So we still have significant challenges to face here. When it comes to infancy and early childhood, and when it comes to policies on adolescent fertility rates, we see reports from countries when it comes to promoting, protecting, and guaranteeing rights related to adolescent fertility and related matters. And here you can see the examples that have been given to us by 14 countries. All the details can be found in the report. And this is, of course, the foundation to in the future promote more related policies. Now we have an intergenerational perspective. We move now from children to elderly people in Chapter 6 on aging and rights of elderly people. When it comes to aging tendencies in the region, well, we saw in the graphs a very long period of time. People above the age of 60 now represent 14% of the regional population. In 2050, they will represent 1/4 of the regional population. So we will see an increase from 95 million to 188 million people over the age of 60. So we must here adopt a social protection perspective and ensure that we guarantee income for the aging phase of people's lives and that we have social protection and care income. We have a regional challenge in the given high rates of informality. Less than 40% of people who work are actually contributing to or receiving social security. And many countries also have non-contributive regimes. To ensure the rights of elderly people, we must create new types of public policy for care and related matters. Of course, always taking into account gender interculturality and intersectionality. And so the Montevideo Consensus is being promoted in parallel with other efforts, for example, the Madrid Plan, as well as the Inter-American Plan for the Protection of Elderly People, and of course, our SDGs.
So in terms of economic resources required for social protection, pensions, health, and long-term care, those needs are also going to increase. These are projections from the Inter-American Development Bank. In 2000, there are a set of public policies, and we calculated a regional expenditure of around 11.7% of the GDP, and to 2050 it will increase to 18.9%. Why does it rise? Well, pensions expenses will go from 3.9 to 7.4%. And health expenses for elderly people will go from 2.2% to 4.8%, more than double. And we also see the dark blue line, which is long-term care, that will go to 1.4%. The red band, which is expenses in health for people from 0 to 64 years old, that will remain stable. When we talk about aging and rights of elderly people, it is important to note that, of course, we celebrate life expectancy increases, but also that when life expectancy increases, the risk of having disabilities in advanced stages, that increases too. And in fact, with data we have from population census from the region in 5 countries, we have calculated the percentage of people with disability between 60 and 79 years and 80 years and over. And from 60 to 79 years, 1 of every 10 people have some sort of disability. And when we reach 80 years or more, the percentages measured are 30% and up to 58%. So here, once again, this is a challenge for social protection and for care, and also a gender-based issue, because since women have a greater life expectancy than men, unfortunately, in those ages, there are more women with disabilities than men. Now, getting to the chapter on sexual and reproductive rights, we have a set of challenges, both in terms of regulation as implementation and specific actions. In indicators, it is not simple to have a regional vision with official data, but fortunately, with this indicator that both the SDG and the Montevideo Agreement with married women or women in union that can make their own decisions on access to reproductive health or on the use of contraceptives, and that can also deny sexual relations with their husband or their partner. We see that those three components, unfortunately, it's not 100%, but it's quite elevated in the 7 countries that we have data for. The average is 90 or 91%. But the summarized indicator that is the one that should occur so that the 3 conditions are met, we are only at 72%. Countries, then, when we talk about sexual and reproductive health, they have informed of several advances. For example, we report the advances here in access to contraception, emergency contraception, modern contraception. We have the example of Argentina 2019 with a long-duration contraceptives and mandatory medical programs, access to emergency contraception in Chile, in Mexico, and also in Honduras. And on sexual and reproductive health, it is also important to underscore the barriers that people with disabilities are facing. Why do we have these barriers? We need to recognize that there are still stereotypes. People with disabilities are considered to be asexual or seen as more childlike. There are also other issues in terms of the health system, insufficient training of the health staff to deliver services to people with disabilities. We also have problems of access at our hospitals, lack of sign language or information booklets so that people can access or have access to information on sexual and reproductive health. And we see high vulnerability of people with disabilities to information on sexual diseases or non-desired pregnancies, or even medical procedures, forced abortion, contraception, and forced sterilization. So this is an enormous challenge. Gender equality is another chapter that is one that has most measures on public policy. In that chapter, we showed how, unfortunately, gender-based violence in our societies continues to be very elevated. To the left, you have the indicator of women and children, 15 years of age, women and girls, that in the last 12 months have had physical or sexual violence from their former or current partner. You see the list country by country. And violence, as you know, reaches extreme levels such as femicide. And thanks to the Observatory of Gender Equality, the graph to the right, we see the amount of deaths and also the rates of femicides country by country. You also require attention on LGBTIQ+. Thanks to the data of the Gender Observatory, we bring observation and data on inequalities in terms of non-paid work. We can quantify inequalities by sex, and we see that the regional average, women dedicate 3 times more hours than men to non-paid work. And that is what we were mentioning before, the difficulty to access that labor market. Why we don't have an equal distribution to that labor market, much of that is connected with this phenomenon. And when women are able to be inserted into that labor market, they cannot leave non-paid work. And so we talk about that double work. And that is why we talk about the need to move towards a society where care is shared between men and women, and also amongst the family and the states. Chapter F is on the rights of migrants. This is a chapter that came before the global agreement for migration, for irregular migration. And with that agreement, we look at the rights of migrants. And here I salute colleagues from the IMO to promote that vision of organized and safe migration. As we showed in the report, the landscape right now in migration is very complex, and intra-regional migration has intensified. Migration towards the right is more diverse, more complex, and also with irregular migration as well. That is why we talk about mixed flows that include not only irregular migrants, but it's also human trafficking, a lot of violence, including gender-based violence. And when we look at the rights as well, in many communities, there is xenophobia, racism, and discrimination towards these migrants. We bring another thing, an indicator on the cost of remittances, because we know that migration is mainly due to work, to improving life conditions, and the remittances are very important around the region. So the consensus of Montevideo, like the SDGs, promote the reduction in rates to send remittances that, as you can see in the graph, vary between 4% and 10% of those remittances is a very high tax. And since the motivation of these people to migrate is work, as a recommendation for policies, of course, in the countries that accept these migrants, we should regularize them. That is what Colombia has done with 2.8 million migrants here in Colombia. It is a necessary condition so that these people can have access to decent work, to social protection. But we know that that is not enough because, I repeat, our region is characterized by a market where half of the work is informal, whether you're a migrant or not. However, the data that we have processed at ECLAC with a survey show us that migrants do have worse indicators in terms to access to labor, higher salaries for non-migrants, and also women have higher rates of domestic or household jobs. Chapter G in the Montevideo Consensus is about territory and territorial inequalities. And here we have to mention on life conditions of the population with enormous deficits in access to housing, basic services, water, sanitation, and power or internet. What the graph shows over the years is that around 17 or 8% of the population in an urban area lives in precarious conditions or settlements. And that is one of the most critical things in our countries, besides recognizing enormous territorial inequalities between the rural-urban zones and in our cities that unfortunately do not seem to be decreasing. And the chapter on territory also approaches or talks about environment. We know that current development patterns are not sustainable. The protection and consumption models affect the environment in our region as well as climate change, while we are a region that has ecosystems that are crucial for the entire planet. But we have harmful human activities, overexploitation of natural resources, lack of control on human settlements, and that degrades the environment. And of course, climate change increases the risk of disasters and their intensity. Each one of our countries knows this, and especially those in the Caribbean. On a positive note, the growing concern about these topics, countries report actions, and they also report legislation that did not exist before in terms of guaranteeing environmental sustainability. And some indicators do not show improvement, such as this one on atmospheric pollution in the cities or in our region. This has been decreasing. Chapter 8 talks about the indigenous peoples, a population that is very large in our region. We estimate that these are 58.5 million people, more than 10% of the total population. With the poverty indicator, we have data for 9 countries from the household survey that the rate of poverty for the indigenous people is higher than the non-indigenous or Afro-descendants. But 2015 or 2022, we see in the survey a reduction in our countries, and we need to celebrate that. With regards to access to sexual and reproductive health, we still have gaps, and these are expressed later in higher percentages of indigenous young women that are childbearers, 15 to 19 years of age, as you can see in the graph. These data are calculated from CELADE. That percentage of indigenous mothers is reduced, but we still have a big gap. Why this trend? Because access to reproductive services has improved. We have greater access to prenatal control that exceed 80% in the majority of countries. We increase the use of contraceptive methods. We leave the traditional methods, but unsatisfied needs in access to sexual and reproductive health is still elevated, and it is very important. The Afro-descendant population is also very large in the city. In the region, we calculate that we have 153 million people that in the population census are self-defined as Afro-descendants. This is 24% of the region's population. Quantitatively, of course, the majority of this population is in Brazil, but countries like Colombia, of course, contribute to that figure. Here we have data on poverty for 6 countries here, and in terms of trends, we can see a very small temporary reduction of poverty, but we still have important gaps with regards to the descendants that are not indigenous or Afro. We also recognize on the report that there have been advances in constitutional recognitions and legislative recognition of the Afro-descendant population, and in terms of public inclusion, people that work to promote the rights of the Afro-descendant population. We observe that progress in terms of rights and fighting racism that unfortunately is still very strong in the region. In this case, we have data on women from 15 to 19 years of age that are already mothers, Afro-descendants, compared to the non-Afro-descendant or indigenous mothers. And we see that Afro-descendant women have higher levels of adolescent or teenage pregnancies. They have higher levels of unmet needs in terms of family planning services and lower access to modern contraceptives in comparison to the rest of the population. And I also mentioned that there's a specific chapter on the Caribbean, the countries in the Caribbean. And since we're talking about sexual and reproductive health, to mention that the satisfied demand in this case for family planning in the Caribbean countries has increased. This is good news, and you can see it here. Around 1993, the satisfied demand was only 72%, and today we're around 79%. However, to the right of the average in the Caribbean, you can see the average for Latin America. And with regard to Latin America, the countries in the Caribbean are slightly underneath that indicator.
Now, approaching the conclusions chapter, I first want to share with you the headlines of the report. If we look at the data and the analysis of that data, and the general recommendation that arises is what you're seeing here. In other words, that we are called to eradicate poverty and integrate population dynamics into sustainable development, advance the sexual and reproductive health and rights of adolescents and young people, because even though the trend is on the right track, we need to work on this. Also, we are called to expand older persons' social protection system coverage and access. Again, there have been strides, and both on the non-contributive and the contributive aspect of the social protection system, but oftentimes the amount is not enough. Also, we are called to guarantee the exercise of sexual and reproductive rights. Also, we're called to urgently address the structural challenges of gender inequality. And as regards migration, we are called to overcome the challenges and seize the opportunities of migration flows, which are indeed an opportunity because migrants want to contribute to their receiving countries. That's the outlook as regards development and rights. Of course, we have to confront inequalities at the territorial level, confront the issue of natural disasters, and promote interculturality as well as territorial rights of indigenous peoples. We're called to combat racism across all its expressions and to guarantee the rights of Afro-descendant people and communities. We're also called to ensure equal opportunities and rights of persons with disabilities, to address population and development issues in the Caribbean. And in order to attain all of the above, we need information to make strides in terms of policy. So we need to consolidate information for implementation of the Montevideo Consensus and accountability. And the summons is always to have countries invest in their population headcount, in their statistics, in their vital statistics, in general data production related to population. So it's been 11 years since the Montevideo Consensus was approved, 30 years since the ICPD's action plan in El Cairo, and what we can argue based on this report is that the Montevideo Consensus has had an important achievement, which is to make the enormous inequalities of a region more visible. We are now talking about those inequalities and the enjoyment of rights for different groups depending on age, race, gender, migration condition, disability condition, gender identity, sex orientation, and several other conditions. So too, the consensus has helped further public policy design, keeping in mind the perspective of rights, human rights, as well as the gender approach and intersectional and intercultural perspectives. As mentioned earlier by our Deputy Executive Secretary, also intergenerational or intragenerational approach. Also, the consensus has promoted the prevention of teenage pregnancy rates. We still face the challenge of, in our countries, promoting the importance of population and development. In some regions, 11 years, they still don't consider the agreements of the consensus. Also, as regards the ICPD's action plan, which is very wide-ranging, expressed at a regional level in the Montevideo Consensus, has driven us to include the issue of rights of persons with disabilities and their active participation in the social, cultural, and economic lives and aspects of our countries. To wrap up, also, the Montevideo Consensus has been driven and valued by CSOs, which play a very specific role as regards accountability and the promotion of rights for all. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Director Simon Cecchini, on this presentation. With the help of our secretary, today we will open up the floor to hear from national delegations for them to share on the progress, challenges, and good practices, best practices in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. I ask that the delegates who wish to take the floor raise your placards. You have 5 minutes. Mr. Secretary, if you can help me with the list of people who have signed up. Guatemala, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the presiding table, heads of delegations, representatives of agencies of the UN system, CSO members, and other attendees. I greet you warmly on behalf of Guatemala in the framework of the 30th anniversary of the International Conference on Population and Development, and 11 years after the Montevideo Consensus. Guatemala is very pleased to be presenting in this 5th session under the administration of the President Bernardo Arevalo and Vice President Karen Herrera, the voluntary country report, by which Guatemala, as a responsible international actor, expresses its commitment to continue working for the rights of women, girls, children, elders, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant peoples, persons with disabilities, and other excluded population groups, as well as having continued to implement actions to tackle the issue of international migration. It must be noted that to put together this voluntary report, besides having had the commitment of different government agencies and institutions, we also had active participation by civil society and the support of the UNFP, to whom we express our gratitude for the support provided during these months of joint work. Guatemala has a wide-ranging political framework that has different strategic tools which present the development planning roadmap, our general 2024-2028 government policy for the new administration proposes comprehensive actions in terms of economics, social, cultural, and environmental aspects, with keeping at the center the populations that have been traditionally left to a side, keeping in mind also and into account different civil society organizations. This helps us prioritize which actions best help us meet the demands of the population, as well as coordinate all public sector institutions in such a way that those actions are more efficient and effective in improving the living conditions of our population. One thing to highlight after the first few months of this government has to do with recovering dialogue spaces and opportunities with civil society. As a proof of that, we have the joint effort that has put together this very report that we are presenting. It is clear that with the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus policies, we need in Guatemala a firm commitment of state actors, civil society, and international community. We need to ensure the proper earmarking of resources under a framework of transparency in such a way that we can strengthen institutional capabilities and promote a significant and active participation of all stakeholders in society when it comes to decision-making and public policy application in such a way that people from all spaces from which they participate are guaranteed the full enjoyment of their human rights. This is how Guatemala reaffirms its commitment to continue working and strengthening these efforts jointly with the especially most excluded sectors to guarantee the full enjoyment of their rights. And thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Guatemala.
Thank you very much, Guatemala. We are now ready to hear from Cuba.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I seize this opportunity to greet you and the government of Colombia and congratulate you for presiding now this fifth session. And also want to greet the Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC and thank him for putting together this fifth session and giving us a chance to be a part of it. And of course, the Technical Secretariat of the CELADE Population Division. Thank you for your rigor, which we are used to now. And thank you again also to UNFPA for the logistical support and the technical support, which is so necessary also for these conferences to take place, and even to ensure the participation of many of us who are, in fact, here today. We also want to seize the opportunity of being gathered here with you to share best practices, to learn, and to find innovative solutions that may allow us to continue moving forward in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus and the ICPD's action program in a ever more complex global environment worsened by the climate and demographic explosion in the world. I want to thank the Secretariat of CELADE and CEPAL and its director for presenting this second regional report. I read the document, 223 pages altogether. It was my bedtime reading, and it very well expresses the strides we have made, but also the challenges and gaps that continue to persist, and how timely a document like the Montevideo Consensus is 30 years after the approval of the program of action of the ICPD. I also want to acknowledge the countries of the region for the progress that has been made. I want to reiterate my congratulations to the new chair of the conference and reaffirm my country's commitment to work jointly in order to attain the goals and agreements that arise from this meeting. Also, I'd like to echo the words of the representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia. Madam and guests, Cuba continues to confirm its unwavering commitment to the commitment of ICPD's El Cairo Action Program, the Montevideo Consensus, and the United Nations 17 SDGs. We also reiterate the priority that our government sets for issues related to development, despite the horrible effects resulting from the commercial, financial, blockade and embargo of the United States against Cuba for 60 years now, which has been the main hindrance to our progress and development and all population groups, especially elders and young children and adolescents. Despite the situation, population continues to be at the center of Cuba's socio-economic project, and the government continues to make strides in order to move forward in the implementation of policies and programs geared towards benefiting the population in the context of the Economic and Social National Program up to 2030. Currently, in my country, we face big challenges such as the deep delving demographic change in our country with a very fast aging rate and not enough birth rates, all of which are reflected in the report that Cuba presented at the end of last year. We also want to mention as potentials and strengths ever since the last regional conference to tell you that we have made strides in implementing a significant number of comprehensive and intersectorial policies and programs that continue to be perfected and updated to continue to strengthen the sub-themes related to social protection, paying special attention to the care systems. The main theme in this regard is the governmental commission to take care of demographics presided by the Prime Minister, which was set up in 2011 and updated in 2022 and continues to focus on tackling the challenges faced by the country as regards development and population. There is, for example, the family code implemented in 2022, which is quite innovative in what it proposes and how it seeks to ensure comprehensive protection of the population. Also, after the implementation of a national program for the advancement of women, we have been making strides in reinforcing gender equity and equality, and this has included the creation and an observatory to analyze the implementation of the code. There is also the work we've carried out and moved forward in promoting a comprehensive policy for childhood and youth and the promotion of a new code for youth and childhood. And this will be approved in 2024. Mr. Chair, you can fully count on the support of our country in complying with this mandate, especially in the context of the goals set forth by this 50th session, including the inclusion of disability in the development agenda, which is a priority and yet also a big challenge for our region and our countries, and one of the themes that will surely be part of the roadmap set forth by the consensus. We again ratify our commitment to comply with the consensus and with the Cairo's action program, which again is being highlighted in the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the collaboration with United Nations Population Fund, a collaboration which has been very advantageous over these 50 years. And thank you so much.
We thank the delegate of Cuba, and we continue with Guyana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to members of the head table and all from Guyana. Thanks to the government of Colombia, UNFPA, CLACS, and CLAD. Before I begin, I'd like to ask that we all remember my Caribbean sister countries as they grapple with the effects of the hurricane that has left a devastating trail. Our prayers are with them, and I ask that you offer your support as much as you can to all of those who are experiencing these effects. I thank you for the opportunity to report on the progress made on Guyana. Our socioeconomic policies reflect the priority measures of the Montevideo Consensus, ensuring equitable access to resources, targeted interventions for the vulnerable, and reducing disparities among urban, rural, and hinterland communities. As a new oil-producing country, Guyana has been recognized as one of the fastest-growing economies in the world. Our present population is believed to be about 800,000, including the influx of migrants. Life expectancy has increased to 75 years, and our youth account for 58% of our population. The integration of population dynamics into sustainable development planning by the Government of Guyana is addressed through the transformative flagship Low Carbon Development Strategy 2030, which creates a novel model of development that avoids deforestation while advancing economic growth. Guyana earned US $150 million from the sale of archeries credits in 2023, and 15% of that was directly transferred to 242 Amerindian villages for investment in village sustainability plans formulated and executed by indigenous villages. Guyana's responsive nationwide social safety nets include increasing by 75% the non-contributory pension for all 65-year-old senior citizens, 73,000 of them, and also providing a subsidy per annum for water and electricity. A 70% increase in public assistance benefits for 29,000 of the most vulnerable, including persons living with disabilities. 214,000 children, every child registered in both public and private schools, receive an annual cash grant of approximately US $215 towards school uniforms and school expenses. An eye care testing and spectacles voucher system for children and elderly has been established. The allocation of 30,000 house lots through the National Housing Development Program to support all income categories. And in 2023, Guyana's population with access to safe water supply service remained at 97%. Establishment of a $2.8 billion Guyana dollars cervical cancer screening program with the support of UNFPA, a national sexual and reproductive health policy to ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health services, a telemedicine program which is piloted for remote and indigenous communities. Adolescent birth rates have decreased by approximately 45% following targeted family planning and accessible modern methods of contraceptives. The implementation of the Spotlight Initiative Essential Gender-Based Violence Services Packages through the Hope and Justice Center and the UNFPA-funded First Hinterland GBV Services Hub, comprehensive one-stop models offering free social, health, legal services, law enforcement, and justice to survivors of GBV, complementing a 24-hour toll-free 914 hotline, and iMatter GBV resource app, and many other interventions. Sexual offenses courts are operational in all 3 counties of Guyana. Government aggressively targets unemployment rates in Guyana through nationwide part-time jobs, free skills training and educational programs, and small business assistance. Guyana Online Academy of Learning awarded 21,442 online scholarships for continuing and specialized education. The Women's Innovation and Investment Network, WIN, trained 11,700 women in vocational areas. The WIN Business Incubator supported 45% of them to gain employment, 25% in entrepreneurship, and 3,000 with business grants. Persons living with disabilities also benefit from free vocational and business training, assistive aids, and a revolving fund for micro-enterprise. The Agriculture and Innovation Entrepreneurship Program engages hundreds of young people in shade house farming, growing non-traditional high-value crops, producing over 16 metric tons of vegetables. 120 shade houses were constructed. Major legislative reforms and new legislation cover extensive areas inclusive of the criminal justice sector, juveniles, inheritance, adoption of children in accordance with the Hague Convention, birth registration, trafficking in persons and organ and tissue transplant, radiation, suicide, mental health. This year, Government of Guyana established an independent 21-member Constitutional Reform Commission with equal representation of political parties and civil society bodies to review the Constitution of Guyana. In 2024, the Global Gender Gap Report, Guyana maintained its 35th position, 8th in Latin America and the Caribbean, 25th for women in parliament, 34 for women in ministerial position, and 15 for legislators, senior officials, and managers. Women occupy our highest judicial positions. The recent appointment of 10 judges, 8 women, out of 10 increases female representation within the judiciary to 70%, the highest in the Western Hemisphere. In 2023, it was estimated that 50,000 people have been employed, reducing youth unemployment by more than 26% and among women by 24%. Cognizant of the challenge with collection and analysis of disaggregated data for policy formulation, the National Household Census exercise was conducted. Key among the data gaps are labor market skills needs. There are serious threats of climate change for our low-lying country, including unpredictable weather patterns and the rising sea levels, which will impact on key areas of agriculture, food security, and people's safety. Guyana's first climate-smart city, Silica City, is transformative and will tackle the challenges of non-coastal urban settlement development and climate change. I must emphasize the necessity for equitable global funding to counter these climate change challenges, especially for small island developing states, the Caribbean, if we are to sustain our strides. Guyana continues to commit to the Montevideo Consensus, the SDGs, through our National Development Agenda. I thank you all very much.
Gracias, Guyana, por la intervención.
Thank you, Guyana. So, to be on time with our agenda, we continue with we will continue with the delegations this afternoon. We would continue with Peru, Paraguay, Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Colombia, Chile, Venezuela, El Salvador, Uruguay, Honduras, and Costa Rica. Next, we invite the representatives from the civil society, Veronica Gonzalez, from the Network of Disabled People, who will present the results of the preparatory meeting from the civil society that was held here in Cartagena yesterday. Veronica, the floor is yours.
Estimadas y estimados
Dear representatives of the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean, representatives of the United Nations, and activist colleagues, we meet today at the 5th Regional Conference of Population Development, almost 11 years after the Montevideo Consensus and 30 years of Cairo, to reflect on the achievements and delays on the implementation of this historical agreement. From a feminist perspective on human rights, youth, anti-racism, and of intersectionality, it is fundamental to look at the diverse problems of different human groups without any discrimination. Networks of civil society organizations, feminist, indigenous, Afro-descendants, lesbian, trans people, youth, older adults with disabilities, sexual workers, women with HIV, all of these advocates of human rights committed with meeting the action program of the International Conference of Population Development and the ICPD, and all of the commitments that come out of this are present here to say that the Montevideo Consensus has been a crucial framework to advance in the promotion and protection of human rights in our region. We have seen improvements in access to sexual and reproductive health, in inclusive education, in political participation of women and other historically marginated groups. We recognize the advances in legal frameworks that guarantee access to sexual and reproductive rights, to translate that into public policies, such as the case of the decriminalization of abortion in some countries in the region. comprehensive education in sexuality, gender equality, access to justice, and protection in case of gender-based violence, and labeled budgets in exceptional cases. However, these advances are not enough. They don't cover historically excluded populations, and they have been implemented slowly and unequally in these 11 years. And there are laybacks and threats and the loss of rights in many countries in the region. We are alarmed by the persistent inequality that increases violence and lack of access to rights. It is unacceptable to see the prevalent conditions of violence against women, youth, adolescents, and girls in all of their diversity, as well against people with disabilities, both inside the family as in institutions. We raise our voices against violence that becomes deeper in girls, adolescents, youth, indigenous women, Afro-descendants, living with HIV, with disability, in forced displacement, and migrants. We do not accept that the state has forced sterilization and non-consented institutionalization. We call out that violence and hatred crimes against LGBTQI+ in the region continue to increase. Directed attacks towards lesbians, bisexual, and queer trans people continue to be ignored and invisible by state agents without a strong answer for the approach, prevention, documentation, and care attention to these violences. The lack of comprehensive response to women victim of drug trafficking, women trafficking with the purpose of sexual and labor exploitation is a serious problem. We also see the lack of structural policies to eradicate forced pregnancies, child maternity, and early child marriages and early unions. Our health and education systems are weakened, and sexual and reproductive health services do not guarantee universal, effective, and high-quality access. Young people, especially those that are vulnerable, continue to face significant barriers in access to education and dignified employment. We don't have access to reproductive sex and in decision-making to protect and promote the effective enjoyment of our sexual rights and our reproductive rights. People with disabilities continue to be marginalized and discriminated in many environments in society, just like drug users that are expelled from health services. Indigenous and Afro-descendant people suffer from systematic exclusion that perpetuates poverty and limits their development opportunities. Sexual workers and house workers face precarious work conditions, lack of recognition, and absence of legal protection. To moving forward towards meeting all the agreements from the Montevideo Consensus, we need, 1, that the states reaffirm their commitment to equality and the strengthening of democracies. 2, to implement educational, inclusive, and accessible programs together with labor policies that guarantee just employment for young people, especially those that are vulnerable. 3, to guarantee universal and effective and high-quality access to sexual and reproductive health services, including modern contraceptive methods, treatment for people that live with HIV, hormonal treatment to trans people, emergency contraception, information, supplies, and services for safe abortion. 4, to abandon the use of criminal right to criminalize abortion and to guarantee through comprehensive public policies access to timely, high-quality services that can guarantee reproductive autonomy of women, trans people, non-binary, and assigned feminine at birth. 5, to make comprehensive education mandatory in sexuality in curricula of basic education, guaranteeing training of teachers, regulatory frameworks free of stereotypes, discrimination, and violence. 6, decriminalize the use of drugs and provide care services based on the reduction of damages and scientific information with gender-based focus. 7, strengthen the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, guaranteeing their full participation in society and access to services and opportunities without discrimination. Develop specific policies that see their needs, promote their effective participation in decision-making, and guarantee equal access to resources and services with material in alternative communication, having interpretation in sign language at events. 8, guarantee the full participation of peoples, women, youth, indigenous, and Afro-descendant people in the design, implementation, and assessment of legislative and measures and public policies, implementing the development of information in indigenous languages. 9, establish legal frameworks that recognize and protect labor rights, labor conditions, and justice for women workers, including sexual workers and house workers. 10, guarantee of life free of violence and access to justice and free expression of sexual orientation and gender identity, as well as implementing inclusive policies and protection against discrimination and violence towards LGBTIQ+. Promoting a culture of respect, recognition, and acceptance. 11, implement comprehensive responses for the protection of women, girls, and adolescents that suffer from sexual violence. 12, promote and protect the rights of older adults, guaranteeing their access to health services and high-quality care, programs of social and economic inclusion, and environments that are free of violence and discrimination. It is essential to develop public policies that recognize their valuable contribution to society and guarantee their well-being and dignity at all stages of their lives. 13, to create care and community and home care that guarantee the elderly people and people with disabilities lives in community and outside of institutions. 14, implement public policies and programs to recognize and to solve the burden of care on women, strengthening care systems, community care, and advancing towards the coverage of Social Security, recognizing people with disabilities as caregivers as well. 15, guarantee access to justice without prejudices based on sexual orientation and/or gender identity. 16, promote judicial reforms so that justice is for all, that there are resources to investigate femicides, trans-femicides, and violence against women. 17, intensify an answer to climate crises, recognizing its impact in health conditions and rights for all people. We demand to the governments of our regions to prioritize these actions in the political and budget agendas. For that, it is imperative that they commit to: 1, allocate enough public budget for the implementation of inclusive human right and response to climate crises. 2, strengthen accountability mechanisms and transparency to guarantee that the commitments of the Montevideo Consensus is translated into specific actions. 3, foster effective participation of the civil society and feminist movements in the formulation and monitoring of public policies and protect human rights advocates. 4, strengthen social, demographic, and vital statistics, strengthening capacities of the national statistics systems to produce data per sex, age, residence, gender identity, and ethnic or racial, migratory condition, disability, sexual orientation, health condition, and other characteristics. 5, protect the Montevideo Consensus as well as the regional agendas in human rights of the fundamentalist anti-right agencies.
Las organizaciones y el movimiento feminista hemos sido y continuamos siendo actores fundamentales para avanzar, plantear cambios, generar debates e implementar el consenso de Montevideo, así como para el fortalecimiento de nuestras democracias. Es crucial que los gobiernos reconozcan y apoyen nuestra labor, asegurando espacios de participación efectiva y protegiendo el derecho a defender derechos. Reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con la lucha por una América Latina más justa, inclusiva, equitativa y democrática. Seguiremos trabajando incansablemente para que cada persona, sin importar su sexo, identidad de género, orientación sexual, origen étnico, edad, condición de salud o capacidad, pueda vivir con dignidad plena y en igualdad de derechos. Nuestra vocación feminista por la construcción de la paz y la libertad de los pueblos es un llamado irrenunciable a la justicia y la dignidad humana, ya sea en Cuba, Puerto Rico, Haití,
Haiti, or Palestine. We firmly oppose to occupations and blockages and to any form of dominion that perpetuates oppression and suffering. We conclude this declaration raising our voices for those people whose freedom has been denied, building fabrics of hope that transcend borders. Our commitment is to continue building a transforming force that can challenge the oppressive power, because feminism is a current of thought and action that questions patriarchal arrangements at all levels, and we will continue to do so to build a future where peace, freedom, and autonomy will be rights for all people and everybody. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Veronica, for that report presented to the civil society. This was discussed during their meeting yesterday here in Cartagena. We will have a break from 1 to 2:30. We remind you that during this break, we have an invitation so that you can participate in parallel events, and that information is available at the webpage of the conference. And I will give the floor to the Secretary for an announcement. To the delegations that will participate in reading the resolution project, the meeting will be held at 3 this afternoon at the Getsemani room. National delegations to read the resolution project at 3 p.m. Getsemani room. And in the list of speakers, we didn't name Ecuador, that we will add to the list. We apologize.
Gracias, secretario.
Thank you, Secretary. We finished this first section, and we will continue with the break, and we will see you back at 2:30.
La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes, las personas mayores, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones afrodescendientes. Desde su primera reunión en 2013, cuando se adoptó el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, uno de los logros de la conferencia ha sido la institucionalización de los temas de población y desarrollo en las agendas de los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. La conferencia cuenta con el apoyo estratégico del Fondo de Población de las Naciones Unidas. La quinta reunión de la conferencia se realizará en el Centro de Convenciones de Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, los días 3 y 4 de julio de 2024. Será precedida el 2 de julio por eventos paralelos y actividades de la sociedad civil. Durante el encuentro, la CEPAL presentará el documento titulado Población, Desarrollo y Derechos en América Latina y el Caribe, que constituye el segundo informe regional sobre la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y analiza los avances en la implementación de las medidas prioritarias del acuerdo a 10 años de su adopción. La reunión contará con 2 paneles temáticos en los que los países miembros y otros actores compartirán sus experiencias y los desafíos para la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo a 30 años del Programa de Acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la Población y el Desarrollo, y analizarán los avances y retos para garantizar el pleno ejercicio de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad en el marco de la Agenda de Población y Desarrollo. El Consenso de Montevideo es el acuerdo intergubernamental más importante de América Latina y el Caribe en materia de población y desarrollo. Para transformarlo en una agenda operativa, los países de la región alcanzaron en sucesivas reuniones acuerdos sobre los procedimientos, actividades y responsabilidades sobre el proceso de implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y destacaron la importancia del seguimiento y la rendición de cuentas como componentes fundamentales para velar por el cumplimiento de las medidas prioritarias. Con este objetivo, la CEPAL desarrolló la plataforma virtual para contribuir al seguimiento regional del Consenso de Montevideo, un espacio que reúne las principales iniciativas reportadas por los países y los logros alcanzados con respecto a la población, sus condiciones de vida, el ejercicio de sus derechos y su desarrollo. En otras palabras, procura sistematizar los procesos y los resultados alcanzados en la región para dar cumplimiento a los compromisos asumidos en relación con el consenso. Se trata de un instrumento que se alimenta a partir del trabajo y esfuerzo colectivo de muchos actores en nuestra región, como son los gobiernos nacionales y locales y su institucionalidad, la sociedad civil y sus diversas organizaciones, el sistema de Naciones Unidas y otros organismos multilaterales, todos en la tarea de dar cumplimiento a las medidas prioritarias acordadas en el Consenso de Montevideo, las cuales complementan y hacen sinergias con las metas que componen la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible, considerando las especificidades de la región. El Consenso de Montevideo es el acuerdo intergubernamental más importante de América Latina y el Caribe en materia de población y desarrollo y la expresión regional del seguimiento al Programa de Acción de El Cairo después de 2014. Se trata de un instrumento progresista e integral porque incorpora elementos trascendentes para la implementación de políticas que garanticen el pleno ejercicio de los derechos humanos en temáticas tan relevantes como la salud sexual y reproductiva, el envejecimiento de la población, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y la población afrodescendiente. El Consenso de Montevideo incluye 108 medidas prioritarias sobre 10 temas identificados como prioritarios. Es complementario a la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible y establece un marco conceptual para lograr el desarrollo sostenible, poniendo en el centro el respeto y la promoción de los derechos humanos de todas las personas con perspectiva de género e intercultural. Constituye además la base de una hoja de ruta integral y actualizada para el futuro de la acción regional en temas de población y desarrollo, con énfasis en la importancia de la dinámica demográfica. Aborda asimismo las desigualdades en distintos grupos de población en función de la edad, el territorio de residencia, la identidad de género, el origen étnico y racial, la orientación sexual, la condición migratoria y la discapacidad, entre otras dimensiones. La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes, las personas mayores, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones afrodescendientes. Desde su primera reunión en 2013, cuando se adoptó el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, uno de los logros de la conferencia ha sido la institucionalización de los temas de población y desarrollo en las agendas de los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. La conferencia cuenta con el apoyo estratégico del Fondo de Población de las Naciones Unidas. La quinta reunión de la conferencia se realizará en el Centro de Convenciones de Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, los días 3 y 4 de julio de 2024. Será precedida el 2 de julio por eventos paralelos y actividades de la sociedad civil. Durante el encuentro, la CEPAL presentará el documento titulado Población, Desarrollo y Derechos en América Latina y el Caribe, que constituye el segundo informe regional sobre la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y analiza los avances en la implementación de las medidas prioritarias del acuerdo a 10 años de su adopción. La reunión contará con 2 paneles temáticos en los que los países miembros y otros actores compartirán sus experiencias y los desafíos para la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo a 30 años del Programa de Acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la Población y el Desarrollo, y analizarán los avances y retos para garantizar el pleno ejercicio de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad en el marco de la Agenda de Población y Desarrollo. La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes, las personas mayores, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones afrodescendientes. Desde su primera reunión en 2013, cuando se adoptó el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, uno de los logros de la conferencia ha sido la institucionalización de los temas de población y desarrollo en las agendas de los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. El Consenso de Montevideo es el acuerdo intergubernamental más importante de América Latina y el Caribe en materia de población y desarrollo. Para transformarlo en una agenda operativa, los países de la región alcanzaron en sucesivas reuniones acuerdos sobre los procedimientos, actividades y responsabilidades sobre el proceso de implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y destacaron la importancia del seguimiento y la rendición de cuentas como componentes fundamentales para velar por el cumplimiento de las medidas prioritarias. Con este objetivo, la CEPAL desarrolló la plataforma virtual para contribuir al seguimiento regional del Consenso de Montevideo, un espacio que reúne las principales iniciativas reportadas por los países y los logros alcanzados con respecto a la población, sus condiciones de vida, el ejercicio de sus derechos y su desarrollo. En otras palabras, procura sistematizar los procesos y los resultados alcanzados en la región para dar cumplimiento a los compromisos asumidos en relación con el consenso. Se trata de un instrumento que se alimenta a partir del trabajo y esfuerzo colectivo de muchos actores en nuestra región, como son los gobiernos nacionales y locales y su institucionalidad, la sociedad civil y sus diversas organizaciones, el sistema de Naciones Unidas y otros organismos multilaterales, todos en la tarea de dar cumplimiento a las medidas prioritarias acordadas en el Consenso de Montevideo, las cuales complementan y hacen sinergias con las metas que componen la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible, considerando las especificidades de la región. El Consenso de Montevideo es el acuerdo intergubernamental más importante de América Latina y el Caribe en materia de población y desarrollo y la expresión regional del seguimiento al programa de acción de El Cairo después de 2014. Se trata de un instrumento progresista e integral porque incorpora elementos trascendentes para la implementación de políticas que garanticen el pleno ejercicio de los derechos humanos en temáticas tan relevantes como la salud sexual y reproductiva, el envejecimiento de la población, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y la población afrodescendiente. El Consenso de Montevideo incluye 108 medidas prioritarias sobre 10 temas identificados como prioritarios. Es complementario a la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible y establece un marco conceptual para lograr el desarrollo sostenible, poniendo en el centro el respeto y la promoción de los derechos humanos de todas las personas con perspectiva de género e intercultural. Constituye además la base de una hoja de ruta integral y actualizada para el futuro de la acción regional en temas de población y desarrollo, con énfasis en la importancia de la dinámica demográfica. Aborda asimismo las desigualdades en distintos grupos de población en función de la edad, el territorio de residencia, la identidad de género, el origen étnico y racial, la orientación sexual, la condición migratoria y la discapacidad, entre otras dimensiones. El consenso
Esa no se mueve, ya. Luis Gilberto Murillo, soy yo.
Haciendo uso de la palabra. Vean, Luisa, busca su teléfono. Busca su teléfono.
No lo muevas, ponlo frente. Gracias.
Hermana,
No se preocupe, es una fotito nada más. Ya.
Sí, ahí está.
Ya nos tomamos la foto.
A mí aquí una gente se ayudando con una foto. Amiga, ven para que le empiece a
Uy, ya nos están diciendo que aquí no nos tomamos.
¿Dónde está?
Llamen a Luis.
Parece una posición pre. Voy a poner la camisa.
Estimadas y estimados participantes, con gran satisfacción compartimos con ustedes el reporte de las actividades desarrolladas durante la presidencia de la Mesa Directiva de la Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo.
El Consenso de Montevideo es el acuerdo intergubernamental más importante.
Estimadas y estimados participantes,
Después probar.
Vamos, vamos. Pedimos,
Buenas tardes.
No, en mi
Good
caso no es
afternoon.
private time. Y además siento que así te ven.
Hola.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Retomar la sesión de la tarde.
We're ready to resume the afternoon session and go on to present the reports of activities corresponding to period 2022-2024 and perspectives for the 2024-2026 term. To start, we will hear the report of the chair of the 2022-2024 period, delivered by Sergio Cusicanqui, Minister of Planning and Development of the plurinational state of Bolivia. Dear participants, it is our pleasure to share with you the report of the activities carried out while we were chair of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Population Development since the fourth session of the conference at ECLAC's headquarters in Santiago de Chile in July 2022. In reporting on our work, there are a number of milestones I'd like to share with you. Last year, the plurinational state of Bolivia led the commemoration of the 10 years of the Montevideo Consensus, one of the most advanced agreements at a regional level as regards development and population. In that celebration, which again happened in ECLAC's headquarters on 14 and 15 November 2023, in the context of the meeting, the presiding officers meeting, we had 28 member countries and 2 associate countries. More than 500 people were present representing civil society organizations which spoke up and expressed their support to the Montevideo Consensus and their wish to drive its implementation. In that meeting, the countries confirmed that the Montevideo Consensus and the resolutions approved in the sessions of the regional conference are a regional roadmap for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. All of this with a focus on human rights where no one can be left behind. Another important milestone of that meeting was that 22 countries presented volunteer reports around their implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, 16 in Latin America and 6 in the Caribbean, which is yet another proof of the region's commitment to the consensus. Another milestone during the referred to period has to do with the updated version of the online platform to monitor the implementation of the consensus. And this was possible because there was an online survey that was carried out in 2023 asking about the platform's implementation. And thanks to the survey, we were able to update the policies, programs, and laws component. We also had the support of the regional office and UNFPA offices in the region. Most of the countries answered the survey. The proposal for the second regional report on the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, put together by the Technical Secretariat with the support of UNFPA, was presented in November's meeting, and it attested to the region's contribution to the test and worldwide evaluation of the Program of Action of ICPD In the 57th period of sessions of the Population and Development Commission, in our role as chairs of the presiding officers, we participated in a meeting of the Population and Development Commission in New York, and we represented the region in the high-level panel, putting forth the main conclusions of the regional implementation of the ICPD. We also partook as a country in the Commission's general debate and in the plenary session of the United Nations General Assembly to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the action program deriving from ICPD in 1994. In the framework of the national efforts that support the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, I would like to highlight with a great sense of pride the fact that the 2024 housing and population census was carried out in Bolivia. It was one of the most transparent exercises of the type in our history, and international observers, as well as the Bolivian people, marked it as a great success. It mobilized more than 500,000 volunteers, and soon we will have quality information to measure the development and impact of our public policies thanks to this census. Also, as regards the improvement of databases and developing information systems that are intersectional, as well as interinstitutional coordination to improve statistics and the quality of data, is a key factor for accountability as regards compliance with the priority measures put forth by the Montevideo Consensus. In that regard, we would like to highlight the following. The process of producing data and information and data management entails the need for the necessary human capital and infrastructure that are appropriate and that have enough earmarked resources. For that reason, the commitment of national governments to provide these resources to their statistics offices is key. We have done our job, and we are sure of it. And the plurinational state of Bolivia wants to thank all the member countries of the presiding officers, as well as the conference's support and accompaniment, as well as their commitment in moving forward in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development. This gratitude is extended also to civil society organizations for their unwavering commitment and tireless work in attaining the ambitious goals that we have set forth for ourselves in the Montevideo Consensus. There is no doubt that these have been 2 very productive years in which we have brought together our efforts as a region to renew the implementation of the consensus after the long and sad pause imposed by the COVID-19's lockdown. We also renewed the active in-person participation, which has always been a seal of our regional conference. We also want to express our gratitude and recognition to ECLAC.
Permanente a lo largo de este bienio de trabajo.
We also want to recognize and thank the United Nations Population Fund. Without their enthusiastic help and support, it would have been much harder to carry out many of the tasks that we undertook in these 2 years. We have worked jointly, and the results attest to the good work that has been done. I cannot wrap up this report without mentioning a sensitive but important issue for Latin America, which is the failed attempted coup in Bolivia last year. This attempt to subvert the constitutional order was counteracted thanks to the firmness of the Bolivian people, which again confirmed their commitment to democracy. Also, the international community soon enough expressed their being against this coup. Respecting the right to self-determination of peoples and peace is key for member countries of ECLAC. The unified and solidary response of the international community is a clear example of how we ought to confront any threats to democracy. In Bolivia, we continue to work to consolidate our democratic institutions and ensure that events like what happened last 26 June is not repeated again, and that we guarantee the future of our Bolivian people. This, we wish the best to the government of the sister nation of Colombia as the new chair of the presiding officers of the conference, the regional conference on population and development in the region, and that they can continue to help the region in moving forward towards the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. We reiterate our support and experience in tackling this challenging but urgent task. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Development Planning from the plurinational state of Bolivia. And moving on with the remarks of the national delegations, we will resume the list that was read out loud before the break. And with this, I yield to the delegate of Paraguay.
Sí, Presidenta, no es Perú primero.
Sí, me disculpo. Perú, adelante.
I'm sorry, Chair. It's Peru that was first on the list. Of course, yes, Peru. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives of ECLAC, of UNFPA, members of country delegations, members of CSOs, good afternoon to you all. Warm greetings on behalf of the government of Peru, which reiterates its commitment to the Montevideo Consensus, which for whose its compliance is very important in moving forward with the ICPD agreements as well as Sustainable Development Goals in the framework of the 2030 Agenda. We want to say that only by considering people in their full diversity and putting them at the center of what we do in terms of as a state, only then will we be able to truly bring welfare and well-being so that no one is left behind. Peru today is going through a process of population aging with all the challenges this entails. In 2023, we had 5,280,853 elders, of which 52% are women. In the same manner, nearly 1.4 million elders are at risk as a result of different types of violence and because of being highly dependent or fragile. In order to confront this concerning situation, the government of Peru has set forth a program that we have called Gratitude, which fosters becoming of age in a healthy way by delaying functional dependence and providing integrated and comprehensive services for elders who are victims of social inequality. Gratitude or gratitud is a result of joint efforts by different government levels, and it seeks to restore the rights of elders. In this manner, we're moving forward in implementing the Montevideo Consensus and complying with the demands of the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of the Rights of the Elders, which is in force in Peru since March 2021. Now, as regards persons with disabilities, the official statistics in Peru report that 50% of the population that has some sort of disability is elder population, and of those, more than 50% have one or more disabilities. In Peru, people with disabilities add up to more than 1.5 million, of which, again, 52% are women. In order to increase the efficiency and efficacy of the state's response with public services to help this population group, the unit in charge of protecting people with disabilities as part of the comprehensive national program for family well-being known as ABIF provides free services to people with disabilities, and it is part of the Council for the Integration of People with Disabilities.
We want to stop superpositions in competencies and also guarantee that the population with disability of all ages can have access to integrated, specialized, and articulated services. Likewise, to advance in the guarantee of rights for people with disabilities, we are implementing the multisectorial policy in disabilities for development for 2030 that wants to eliminate structural disability. We have also launched a pilot project, Emprende y Despega, that wants to contribute with social inclusion and economic independence for people with disabilities, strengthening their entrepreneurships, either as natural people or through their organizations. Emprende y Despega provides economic resources to be able to start or strengthen their economic entrepreneurships, and this is an experience that is ongoing. Our country also has a network, Alivia Peru, that wants to facilitate access of the population with disabilities to state services. Through this platform that is administered by CONADIS, users with disabilities receive support to have access to public services. And in a single physical place, they can go through different procedures that will allow them to go, for example, to their national identity document or register to the national program for pensions called Convio. And finally, it is important to mention that girls, boys, and adolescents continue to face several problems, and the Peruvian state is committed to continue to guarantee their rights. That is why we need to underscore the approval and the implementation of two important laws for these rights. The law that promotes protection and comprehensive development of girls, boys, and adolescents that are orphans. In June, 81,256 boys, girls, and adolescents are beneficiaries of economic aid from being orphans. We also promote a law that bans marriages of minors, because the evidence shows that early marriages has effects in their lives, in their rights, and in the extension of the poverty cycle and violence, especially sexual violence. And precisely to fight against this is that we have launched a strategy, Prevenir para Proteger, Prevent to Protect, that especially wants to prevent sexual violence towards girls and women adolescents. Challenges are still enormous and very strong, but we have to continue working and strengthening each step we take towards equality. You have our commitment and our conviction. Thank you very much.
Gracias, delegada.
Thank you, delegate from Peru. We continue now with the delegate from Paraguay. The floor is yours. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a true pleasure to visit the beautiful city of Cartagena de Indias, and I represent Paraguay to briefly present our advances, challenges, and priorities in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. I would like to highlight that in 2018, at the end of 2023 last year, my country presented the second national voluntary report that is available online at the webpage, and about which I will highlight some fundamental issues. Since 2018, several institutions had a higher rank for the management of policies in terms of population and development, the ones in social development, children and adolescents, housing, technology, environment, and statistics. In that sense, under the framework of poverty reduction, the performance of goals has been positive despite the effects of the pandemic through economic transference programs called Tecopora, Tecoja, and Tenondena in Guarani, the Brazo food pension for the elder and others, whose strengthening goes hand in hand with the recent launch of the national plan to reduce poverty. And in Guarani, there's a sentence that says, "We will be better." The social protection plan for Paraguay. On the other hand, the national system for comprehensive protection to boys, girls, and adolescents includes several entities for the implementation of policies and plans for children and adolescents. The National Council of Children and Adolescents has an important level of decentralization through department councils and municipal councils. To tackle these challenges, to guarantee the rights of the elders, the country has a national policy of older people, and the implementation will improve the articulation of sectorial policies that exist in social protection and the guarantee of rights from a comprehensive perspective. In terms of universal access to sexual and reproductive health, and according to our priorities and existing plans and the goals proposed under the framework of the sexual and reproductive health, we reached 96.6%. The national program of sexually transmitted diseases has exceeded 100% of the goal. And in terms of reduction of maternal deaths, 72% of the goal, just to quote some examples. In gender equality, through the fourth equality plan, we implemented the gender equality policy that cuts across a network. We have strengthened the Observatory of Violence Against Women and a comprehensive health service in the regional centers for women. From 2018, we have resources to the National Prevention Fund caring for human trafficking problems. We approved in 2022 a policy for 2030. In October 2022, we issued a new regime for migration that implements policies for migrants through modernization under the framework of the migration policy and under the principles of equality and non-discrimination, gender equality, comprehensive protection, and interest respect to labor rights and others. In regards to people with disabilities, indicators for the national plan on the rights of people with disabilities concluded at the end of 2019, and since 2021 we implement a label of disability in the planning system to include them in the yearly budget. We need to recognize that in terms of the rights of indigenous people, we have many challenges. The National Plan of Indigenous People approved in 2021 has an ambitious roadmap for institutional coordination added to the protocol of free and informed consent in 2018. In July 2022, we issued Law 6,940 that establishes mechanisms and procedures to prevent and sanction acts of racism and discrimination towards Afro-descendant populations, besides the formulation of a national plan and a national registry of Afro-descendant people for the implementation of public policies focused on those people. Ladies and gentlemen, we have many advances, but we're aware of the fact that we still have many challenges, such as availability of a budget, human and material issues, and the need to strengthen institutionality and public policies. Production and gathering of data is another challenge that we are facing, with the recent creation of the National Institute of Statistics that in 2023 presented the preliminary results of the 8th National Population Census and the 4th Indigenous Census. To conclude, Madam Chair, we reaffirm the commitment to continue with our work, considering the legal framework, our priorities and challenges, and specific needs of our national reality. We especially value the support of ECLAC and UNFPA in this work. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor delegado, por su intervención.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate, for your remarks. We are now ready to hear Mexico.
¿Cómo enciende? Ahí está, encendido. Ya. Muy buenas tardes, saludo.
Good afternoon and warm greetings to the members of the presiding table, all the female members, women, and of course our colleagues from the different countries. I especially celebrate Colombia's support in putting together this fifth session of the regional conference. First off, I'd like to share that this year the National Population Council, the institution that I lead now, is turning 50 years since it was first founded, and we're very proud of the fact that our population policy in Mexico has made wonderful strides as regards lowering death rates and slowing down population growth to 1.8% on an annual basis. We have made great strides in terms of the exercise of SRHR. Schools are non-confessional and free in Mexico, and for the first time ever, sex education is a right by constitution, and the gender approach is included in curricula. We have several services for adolescents that operate itinerant services in more far-removed areas, rural areas, and places where indigenous communities live. Abortion is no longer a crime in 13 of the country's 22 states. And 125 abortion centers, safe abortion centers, were inaugurated in different medical service units across the country. Currently, we're seeing lower fertility rates, and we're seeing a displacement for fertility or births to later stages in life. According to the demographics and the adolescent fertility rate, this is expected to decrease in 10 years, but according to the most recent INEGE survey, we're seeing that it decreased 10 more points during the pandemic, which gives a regional average of 50 births for every 1,000 adolescents. We recognize that our population policy has benefited from Cairo's action plan, which is turning 30 this year, and from the priority measures emanating from the Montevideo Consensus. We constantly get inputs from UNFPA, ECLAC, and academia. Besides, partnerships with CSOs have been key in this endeavor. We, in my country, have to appreciate the government's social programs. We currently have 30 priority programs and projects to combat structural inequalities. Besides the economic blow of the pandemic, in 4 years, income inequality decreased by 20%, and 5 million inhabitants were lifted from poverty. This is linked to the 110% increase of the minimum wage and to a very large investment in cash transfers. More than 11 million students have a scholarship, and more than 12 million people older than 65 get a universal pension payment, a minimum vital amount of $170 USD on a monthly basis. Mexico continues to be a very big country with over 132 million inhabitants. We are the 10th of the most, amongst the most populated in the world, but there have been drastic changes, and as in all the region, we now need to direct our attention to the changes in the structure. The thick of the population are young men and women who are of school age or children of school age, and this will continue to be the case in the next 20 years. This is what we call a demographic bonus, which will then go on to be a part of the group of young adults. And the current young adults will now add up to the group of elders, which will be thrice as much, with a lower presence of minors, children. 20% of our people describe themselves as indigenous and 2% as Afro descendants, which I think is an under-registry. But we have recently started to measure this. 5.1% of Mexico's population self-identifies as part of the LGBTI plus community. And between 15 and 19 years of age, that would be 15%. Besides, we are a country of origin, transit, destination, and return of migrants. This is the main corridor of entry into the United States. More than 140,000 people asked for refugee status last year, most of them coming from Central and South America. Many a time as a result of forced displacement. We're seeing a greater number of children, some of them accompanied, some of them not, and women. The need for SRHR services for these migrant women are highly unmet, the needs for these services. And as regards migration, Mexico now seeks to tend to the causes and invest in the countries of origin. According to the 2020 census, 16% of our population has some sort of disability or mental health limitation. 30% is older than 60, and 47% is somewhere between 20 and 60 years old. The program for the welfare of persons with permanent disabilities recognizes and protects their rights and contributes to improve the income level for their country. Children and adolescents between 0 and 29 years of age who have a disability get a stipend of $60 on a monthly basis. Besides, the Mexican government guarantees, as per its constitution, to deliver economic support to people with disabilities who live in indigenous communities or in highly marginated areas. This year, the program registered more than 1.3 populations live, and which have the highest level of teenage births and lack of access to school for girls. I'd like to highlight the following. Mexican mothers take care of more than 1/3 of persons with disabilities. Another third is looked after by a daughter. 20% are looked after by their partners, and 15% are looked after the father or a grandmother. 2/3 of elders are looked after by women. And this is the most striking data. Those who care for children under 5 years are 94% of the time women, 86% the mother, and 7.6% the grandmother. Last, let me share the following. After 200 years of having men in the presidency, for the first time ever, the Mexican population elected a woman as their president. In closing her campaign, Ms. Claudia Sheinbaum expressed her commitment to the feminist agenda and to putting the national care system at the service of the poorest women, the ones who work out in the fields harvesting, and those who work in weaving processes. She's not there alone. We're all there up her with her.
Agradecemos la intervención.
We want to thank Mexico's contribution. We are now ready to hear from the delegation of the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much and good afternoon, everyone. The government of the Dominican Republic wants to greet the government of Colombia and congratulate them for being elected as chairs of the presiding officers. We also thank you for giving us the possibility to share with the plenary the progress and the challenges as well as best practices that the Dominican Republic has gone through in its implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. Madam President, the government of the Dominican Republic reaffirms its commitment with the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, which is a strategic regional tool for the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean and matches the full development and rule of law that we strive to attain. We congratulate and greet delegations and representations of international organizations and CSOs, and especially the presiding officers and UNFPA for their support in our agendas related to development and population, especially as regards the Montevideo Consensus. Dear all, like other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, the Dominican Republic is undergoing a demographic transformation process where we see aging of the population. This has been the trend for several decades now. We continue to decrease our population growth rate and seeing greater aging according to the figures after the most recent 10th census on population and development carried out in 2022, for which the results were presented last week, and taking into account the second-to-last headcount or census of 2010, minors under 5 years make up only 8% of the population, which reflects a 3% decrease, whereas those that are under 15 make up 25% of the population, which is 4.7% less than in 2020. By contrast, population over 65 years has exceeded 9% of the population. This is a 3% increase, and those older than 75 years are about 3.7%, which is a 1.7 increase in a 2-year period. And these demographic changes pose a large challenge as regards public policies. That's why since the very early years of life, the government seeks to guarantee the enjoyment of rights and meet the demands of childhood, and that's how we passed Law 3423 related to attention, inclusion, and protection for people on the autism spectrum, all based on 5 principles: autonomy, equality, inclusion, cooperation, and participation. This law reinforces the national system that seeks to care for and protect early childhood. We also issued Law 4323 that recognizes the Dominican Republic Sign Language as a measure that ought to bring down communication barriers and ensure community and labor inclusion of deaf and hard of hearing people. Besides, the government has promoted a national care system which promotes policies related to gender equality, equal opportunities, and women's empowerment for homes that are poor, as well as people who live in highly dependent contexts, elders, and people with disabilities. Since 2022, we established the National Fund for Children and Adolescents with Disabilities, which seeks to increase the quality of life and guarantee access to services and supports to meet their basic needs via a cash transfer condition to there being protection for children and adolescents with severe capacity. We recognize that we need to break from these vicious cycles of inequality and exclusion. For 2023, the Gini Inequality Index was 0.3178, whereas the target for this indicator in our 2025 development plan has been attained already, both for men and women. In 2023, the per capita income, the nominal per capita income, continued to increase as a result of the good work that has been done in going over what was registered before the COVID lockdown, which is an increase of 16.2% as compared to 2022 and 24.6% as compared to 2019 before the pandemic. And this increase translates to improved welfare of Dominican homes, and this contributes to decreasing monetary poverty. As regards policies related to care and attention of teenage pregnancy and comprehensive and life skills sexual education programs, thanks to that, we have seen a decrease in teenage pregnancies of girls between 10 and 19. In the first quarter of this year, teenage pregnancies were reduced by 26.58% as compared to February 2023. This is also an accelerator to attain the targets related to decreasing teenage pregnancy, including amongst them the law that bans childhood marriages. Despite these advances, we have still some pending matters as regards the implementation of sexual and reproductive health rights, including updating the criminal code. Ever since 1997, this discussion has been ongoing of modifying the criminal code so that abortion is legal beyond the three cases, which are there having been rape, there being danger of over the life of the mother, and genetic incompatibilities. We want to point out that during that 10th headcount and census, we worked jointly with the institution in charge of training sign language interpreters so that they too were a part of the census to measure the deaf and hard of hearing community in Dominican Republic in order also to identify where they are concentrated. All of this to characterize the population with disabilities in the homes and have basic information that can be benchmarked with the rest of the world. Another measure to improve the quality of data, especially as regards teenage pregnancies, we increased the age of the study unit so that we could collect information on girls over 12 years old in order to ensure the reliability of the data. We have entered into agreements with different institutions, including the one in charge of training sign language interpreters, as well as two others to use all of this information for statistical ends in order to ensure the comparability of official statistics and to support decisions based on data. In that sense, a main challenge has been to reform Law 5096 on statistics and census that was passed in 1959. For this, we have joined the High Impact Initiative promoted by the General Secretary of the United Nations, which speaks to the importance of data, especially in attaining SDGs, an initiative that seeks to to increase the priority given to data and data governance. Last, we want to speak of our efforts to move forward in the commitments undertaken by the Dominican Republic's government vis-a-vis the Montevideo Consensus. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por su.
Thank you very much. We now continue with the Colombian delegation. We thank all of the delegations, the national ones, the multilateral organizations, the organizations of the civil society and international cooperation agencies. And in particular, we greet and thank for the participation of the civil society presented by Veronica. Colombia celebrates that this fifth meeting of the conference is held in our territory. This is an opportunity and a recognition to the country of beauty that continues to fight for peace. We have been committed with the development of the consensus of Montevideo, and now with the chair of the regional table of the regional conference headed by our Minister of Foreign Affairs, even more so. You can be certain that Colombia will be at the height of this commitment with equality and social justice. We thank you for the presentation of the report, and we want to provide some reflections. Attentively listening to the presentation of all the countries, we find that the efforts between the society and the state are and have been intense in that direction. Colombia, too, has been a part of this group. However, the report reflects that even though there are advances, we also have severe or serious difficulties, not only challenges that call not to the agenda of Cairo and not the Montevideo Agreement or the SDGs, but the economic models and development models that are behind this, because to affirm in 2024 that we are at 22% of the SDGs is not an additional piece of data. This is information that has to be translated and have an impact in asking how and why, and not only celebrate that we have a consensus, because it would seem to be that there is a lot of materiality missing from that consensus to guarantee rights for a dignified life. And it would seem to be that we need to continue to speak because there's a fight between rights understood as such, as dignity or as merchandise. Unproductive economies or extractivist economies that generate unemployment and not work as the baseline of wealth. The energetic matrix, fossil fuels that today is stopped by the early season of hurricanes, but it's the daily living of every year. These are announced tragedies related with climate change. With the absence of deep mitigation and adaptation policies in 2013, this topic was still bleak. The consensus has to start on the reflection and action for climate justice. Illegal economies around drug dealing and the failure of provisionism that for some of the countries present here have signified milliards and milliards of deaths, but also violence, armed conflicts, in particular violence against women and all diversities, ideologies that have been mentioned here against rights and permanent threats and recent serious threats to democracy. These are elements that have to be part of those questionings so that the census and the agendas are material and, as Veronica said, can be more quickly translated into a reality. Gustavo Petro's government, the Colombian case, is advancing and insisting in reforms to guarantee that rights are not merchandise. For example, we have recently approved in Colombia a pension reform that will allow income to 3 billion elderly people that did not have that right in the past. We insist in a structural reform to health, a structural reform, labor reform, so that health is truly a right and not a business, so that work means dignity and true wealth and growth. One of the traps that the report identifies. But other things have occurred, for example, to recognize the peasants, the campesinos of Colombia, as subjects of right. We have advanced in the regulation of Law 70 that advances in materializing rights for the Black Afro-descendant populations, the Raizal, the Palenqueros. The Escazú Agreement was approved. We continue fighting so that education as a fundamental right can be extended as a public good for all society, even though we have already advanced in extending free education, free university education. We're advancing in the national care system. We created the Ministry of Equality. And a set of advances that have that orientation, how to reestablish rights, dignity, and advance in a productive economy. And in that direction, to be able to meet the agreements of Montevideo. But we also need participation that can recognize diversities in all of their dimension and their depth, not only for inclusion, but also to advance from government to government in the indigenous territories, in the Black Raizal Palenquero territories, so that the voice of all diversities can show their citizen power. We are updating the sexual and reproductive policy. We advance thanks to the fights of women in public policy regarding voluntary interruption of pregnancy that is decriminalized up to week 24, and the Ministry of Health is advancing in the protocols so that the guarantee of that right becomes real. We advance in the differential care of LGBTIQ+ in friendly services, etc. We consider that in that path trace, the local, national, and regionally, we advance in the what's, but the how's and the why's. So under ECLAC, we think of that path that can guarantee dignity for all of Latin America. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to the delegate of Colombia. We continue with the delegation of Chile. I want to remind you that these presentations are 5 minutes only. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of Chile wants to thank you for the opportunity to participate now. Our feminist foreign policy is important, and this fifth meeting is part of the commitment of our country with those topics. In these years, Chile has observed advances in the strengthening of national capacities for sexual and reproductive health since 2018. A large part of that was gathered in the morning session during the analysis of the second regional report that was delivered then. We have also moved forward in the reduction of unsatisfied needs in family planning and reduction of maternal mortality that is avoidable, and the reduction of gender-based violence and practices. The recognition of caregivers is a very important topic in the last few years, because this work that normally belongs to women has been recognized as important for the entire society. As we have pointed out, Chile has had the formulation of public policies to contribute to the strengthening of national capacities, paying special care to service providers in terms of teenage pregnancy, maternal mortality, gender-based problems, and refugees, especially in the northern part of Chile. And in that same group, sexual and reproductive health and gender-based violence in humanitarian context. And in this point, it is important to recognize the company and the cooperation and advisory delivered by UNFPA in a process that has occurred during several years for these regulations and these procedures on how to act under those circumstances. Also to mention the role that, as I have mentioned, UNFPA has had in terms of advocacy based on the evidence and national discussions around projects and the creation of capacities at a national level. I also want to mention that one of the most important examples of intersectionality and how these issues cut across several topics is the group that talks about this. 16 ministries or public institutions, which is a multidisciplinary effort of deep transversality that, as we saw during this morning's meeting, is similar in all of our countries. And I want to give an update with regards to what we were able to analyze in the morning session. But there are some advances that have occurred in Chile that are not included because they are very recent. For example, in these last few days, in the controller's office, there was a document for voluntary pregnancy interruption that includes the presence, or wants to guarantee the presence, of physicians that don't have objection of conscience in hospitals that have these types of professionals. And the idea precisely is that this service is available for every woman that requires and needs this. Another advancement that has occurred in these very last few months is to add the variable of identifying Afros in Chile in a census that is occurring right now in our country. For the first time, we have invited the Afro-descendants, the tribes in Chile, to be part of a consultation on patrimony or heritage so that we can recognize these people and the inclusion of history of Afro-Chilean communities in changing the school curricula. Another important topic have been the measures taken to improve pharmacovigilance in terms of reproductive health, so that the contraceptive methods that the population has access to are effective medications, that they don't get pills that don't work or that have expired, so that we can deliver effective contraception to whoever requires it. And Madam Chair, with these last advances, I will end Chile's intervention, thanking you for the possibility to present during this forum and mentioning these improvements that we have had in our country. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chilean delegate. Now we continue with the delegation of Venezuela. Good afternoon and greeting to the colleagues from ECLAC, the Population Fund, and of course to all of the delegations that are present here. We want to express our solidarity with the countries in the Caribbean that are affected by the contingency of hurricanes. This is a recurring issue associated to climate emergency. In the case of Venezuela, we have had problems in the population of Cumaracoa that have important efforts based on the alert, a topic that is no longer circumstantial, but that shows a true climate emergency in our planet. We would also like to express our solidarity with the government of Bolivia and the situation that has occurred with the attempt with the coup. And we have to recognize it because it corresponds to one of the central aspects from the point of view of a debate that is inviting us here today. And it is related to the different rights associated to the possibility of countries to develop economic and social models that allow meeting or complying with SDGs and the Montevideo Consensus. In this case, we're talking about the coercive measures that are applied to different countries and that want to interrupt the right to development. So how can we have a right to development if we're silent about the fact that a country could receive $55,000 million per year, and the following year will receive $700 million as a consequence of coercive or unilateral measures? There's an attempt there of violating the human right to development, a fundamental right that each one of our nations has. But additionally, the need of looking at the social agenda together with the economic agenda. If we don't see the synergy in these different agendas in the case of our countries, we will not be able to advance in achieving the objectives that we all have. That synergy has some issues that, with respect to the characteristics of each country and self-determination of each country, we see that the social issues or the issue of human rights and social rights are not merchandise. These are not gifts that are given to specific social groups. These are rights of the population that cannot be subject to any different dynamic. When somebody wants to take those rights away, rights that are part of these agreements, we are giving steps backward in the vision of development of our countries. In the case of Venezuela, it is very important to refer to how we have seen the method and the way of working around a topic like this one. The Consensus of Montevideo, the SDG agenda by 2030 are not different agendas. These are a structural part of the development of the country. The President of the Republic recently called to create the National Development Plan toward 2030. And how have we configured that development plan? What is the backbone of that development plan? Is that done by consultancy offices or is it done by the people? In the case of Venezuela, we called 65,000 assemblies. More than 3 million people participated to define the National Development Plan toward the future, and that development plan includes the Montevideo Consensus and SDGs as a part of the development plan. For example, Afro-descendants are not a promise, it's an active part of our development plan. The Afro-descendant people were invited so that they could decide their priorities, their solutions, the importance of each one of the thematic areas and how they would develop them. The same thing with the youth, the same thing with the disabled, the same thing with women or the indigenous people. These are not actors or players that are there as a collateral. These are not decorations for the discourse or to be included in the international agendas. These are holders of human rights in all of our countries. In that sense, our development plan, one of our fundamental elements is that it's not only a right to give your opinion, it's the obligation to govern. That is why sectorial plans in the plans of our country includes institutional aspects, territorial aspects, and sectorial aspects. So the resource system is delivered to each one of these sectorial actors to be able to directly develop each one of these agendas. That is why it's not by accident that in the case of our country, we want to launch the emissions and great emissions of what the president has called missions, new generation missions. And in that system of missions and new missions, this is a mission that is completely focused on the youth, but the structural aspects that from the point of view of the economic and social model do not let the youth develop. It's linked, for example, to looking at a revolution like a feminist revolution from the point of view of its configuration and its development, and that the sectorial agenda related to women is developed by colleagues in terms of equality, but also institutions that accompany these missions and great missions That is why we have the Ministry of Women, the Ministry of Youth, the Ministry of the Indigenous People, the Ministry of the abuelos and abuelas, our elderly, the grandfathers and grandmothers. So there's a new institutionality, but more important than that, it is the social actors from the point of view of the configuration of the work of moving forward. Another topic that has had important efforts is to adapt our statistics system to be able to look at the specificity of the difficulties and problems that we have.
We have a constitutional law which is related to our Patriot Plan, and here we have worked with the Statistic Institute, and here it is very important that the community where people live will be the main statistics unit in our country to ensure that we can properly support decision-making processes. We want to talk about the right for peoples to define themselves, so that they can have full power of decision vocation, so nobody can decide how they should transform their own communities. Additionally, when we look at rights from the human perspective, are not merchandise. They are rights from the population's perspective. We must have the necessary breadth and depth here for development to occur, and this cannot be co-opted based on any characteristic. We have seen some absurd acts, for example, that the market can regulate everything. The idea is that the market regulate everything, and the idea is to co-opt the rights of women, of men, of Afro-descendants, of indigenous peoples from the natural perspective. But here we must be aware that when it comes to our social agenda, in order to fulfill it, we have a key challenge here, which is the democratization of economic models and the democratization of power in all of our countries.
Gracias, delegado Venezuela.
Thank you to our delegate from Venezuela. Now let's continue with our delegate from El Salvador. Let's please try to keep to the 5 minutes that each delegation has allotted. Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. It is an honor for us to participate in the 5th Regional Conference on Population and Development, and to recognize the work that has been done by all countries in the region when it comes to the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, which is a relevant instrument which continues in force in the region, giving us a new opportunity to create synergies to face global challenges that we all share. We are aware that structural transformations take time, and that they can be stimulated via instruments as well as public policies that seek greater levels of justice, demonstrating the political decision made by governments to advance with regards to the issues of inequality that are affecting our demographic groups that suffer the greatest vulnerabilities. It is for this very reason that I would like to highlight that over the last 5 years, El Salvador has moved forward with an unprecedented transformation of our regulations so that we can exponentially improve the well-being and quality of life of all of our citizens. Nonetheless, during this period, we have faced natural disasters, just like the one that our colleagues from the Caribbean are facing right now. We have also had a pandemic, as well as the scourge of armed gangs. With President Bukele, we have the conviction, the certainty that we are on the right path and on the right side of history. We have managed to advance in building a future full of hope and well-being so that we can all look forward to a better future. I would like to highlight some of the national advances that we have made that show evidence of the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus around the country. We have reduced indexes of violence and criminality by 97% around the country. We have centered our government efforts on guaranteeing the rights of people via continuous improvement. We are a country that honors our international commitments through participation, which is both active and formal when it comes to all international human rights protection systems. We have created a new special statistics and census law, working with integrated national statistics with 14 different ministries, as well as with different municipalities and other public and private organizations. We are currently carrying out our 7th population census and the 6th housing census with technical support from UNFPA and CELADE. We are using cutting-edge technology, which means this will be a digital census via which we will be able to renew our population data, thereby enabling an improvement in our public policies and their specificities. We are also implementing the National Care Co-Responsibility legislation via our National Care Council, looking at the principles of equality and non-discrimination, where we recognize and value the care work and non-remunerated domestic work that is done. We're also looking here at utilities, infrastructure, and the creation of social protection policies. And we are also promoting shared responsibility in homes and when it comes to our families. Via the First Lady, we are also investing in the new generation of children and teenagers in El Salvador so that they can reach their full potential from early childhood. And accordingly, we hope they will have better opportunities, looking forward to a new future full of hope and opportunities. We believe strongly in the transformational power of play and its use during all parts of the life cycle, and accordingly, we have instituted it in a cross-cutting fashion in all sectors. Accordingly, we have implemented the International Day of Play before the UN, and we have also established a National Day of Play in our country. We have guaranteed women's inclusion in the labor market, specifically focusing on women breadwinners to promote micro and medium-sized entrepreneurial projects, ensuring economic stability for these women's families. We have created a human mobility legislation that establishes a crucial framework for the establishment and protection of all El Salvadorians when it comes to mobility. And we have also focused on sustainable reintegration of returned nationals. This week, we have started to implement the World Pact for Safe, Ordered, and Regularized Migration as a national path, a national policy, so that El Salvador can become a regional and global role model to be followed to ensure that migration can be regular, safe, and organized. Madam Chairwoman, El Salvador would like to recognize and thank the UNFPA for all of the support you have given us in El Salvador at all different government levels and for the actions that have been conducted directly with our population. Without a doubt, you are a key strategic partner for development in our country. It is key and clear that each state has its own specific challenges and particularities when it comes to the effective implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. But we know that the common denominator of all of these efforts is the integrated and comprehensive well-being of our peoples. El Salvador would like to reaffirm its commitment in this fight for a better future for our region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Continuamos.
Thank you. We will now continue with the delegation from Uruguay. Thank you. A very good afternoon to you all, to the presiding officers, chairwoman, esteemed leaders of delegations and members of civil society. In August of 2013 in Montevideo, we had the first regional conference on population and development, a meeting in which governments of Latin America and Caribbean then moved forward with a consensus named after our capital. We would now like to reaffirm our commitment to the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development. The 8 thematic chapters are more relevant than ever when it comes to the 2030 Agenda as well as SDGs. Accordingly, we must align our national efforts when it comes to development with a human rights focus. In line with this commitment and in accordance with the resolution adopted on voluntary national reports as well as pending challenges when it comes to the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, in 2017, we delivered a report and have just recently delivered a report from the 2018 to 2022 report. Only one of the aspects contained in the report that can be used for best practices for the exchange of best practices is included in this report. Accordingly, we have needs and specific desires of children and teenagers. And we are also working with a hospital center, which is the main public hospital in a country when it comes to births, and with the participation from the program Uruguay está contigo, Uruguay is with you, we have been able to ensure the provision of necessary sanitation and social services to cover people's needs. In the same line of thinking, we are also focusing on children from the ages of 0 to 3 living in a situation of violence. In a program that came to an end in 2019, we had a family support program that was executed under the Ministry of Social Development. With regards to focused efforts, for example, with women and children at the age of 4 at sanitation risks, we have been working with these children and the family sector using strategies that are both globalized as well as focused to understand when rights are being violated and also to promote families' access to social protection services via our institutions. This is in order in 2021, rather, we focused on early childhood services and signed an MOU between various national institutions. And there we agreed upon the execution of 3 surveys, and we have also conducted a nutrition and early childhood health survey. We have also worked with the National Innovation and Development Agency in our country to have a new sectoral fund for early childhood. In 2021, we approved 8 research projects and also moved forward with our survey on nutrition. In Chapter B, or with regards to Chapter B in 2021, we also initiated a new youth-based program so that we can promote personal development and autonomy for youths up to the age of 22, specifically for youths who are in positions of vulnerability and have not completed their basic education, as these are structural issues and have been prioritized when it comes to their trajectory and opportunities. We have also another program for vulnerable children in 2022, and this is called Ciudad Universitaria, which facilitates access to higher education from youths between the age of 18 to 22 years of age who come from disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds so that they can receive the necessary assistance. We have worked with this demographic group, and looking at their rights to health, we have also conducted a national campaign based on mental health, working with UNICEF and the UNFPA, which is aimed at raising awareness about psychosocial well-being, seeking also participation directly from teenagers for the design of workshops to be held out in our territories. And the aim here is, of course, to listen to the voices of youths and adolescents so that we can then implement necessary health policies. In our partnership with non-governmental organizations, we are working with youth on the development of leadership skills and also coming up with proposals for their health. For example, sexual health, also prevention of violence in dating situations, as well as drug use. With regards to access to SRHR services in Uruguay, access to health is universal, and you can access all public health services. Under Law 18421 of 2010, we guarantee the necessary conditions for enjoyment of sexual and reproductive health rights amongst the population, promoting national policies and also moving forward with the implementation of SRHR services in our health provision institutions, especially when it comes to family planning, voluntary abortion, and prevention of high-risk abortion, amongst other elements. We also have improvement policies to improve access to health services for women, specifically teenagers, to prevent unplanned pregnancy. We have worked with the psychology faculty of the University of the Republic, and we have there opened up a space via social networks to respond to any doubts, to continue to work on promoting, for example, my adolescent plan program, so that teenagers can evaluate the importance of planning when it comes to deciding whether or not to be a mother or father. While Uruguay has progressively reduced the number of teenage pregnancies, up to October 2022, there were 81 users under the age of 15 who were pregnant. In adolescents under 15 years of age, of course, their rights are being violated. And this has meant serious consequences for their short, medium, and long-term plans. In addition to this, and providing the services. We are working with them to follow up with these adolescents, work with them at the territorial level, and have also worked with the Sexual and Reproductive Health Department and also focused on gender-based violence. We are also coming up with a new manual for services to pregnant women, and there is a chapter that is dedicated specifically to the migrant population. With regards to refugees, we are also adopting specific measures as well as including an integration plan for migrants and refugees for 2023 to 24. The general goal here is to ensure that we pay attention to their specific needs and that we promote their contribution to national development as part of our human rights approach. We are also creating a special program to also promote connection to the workplace as well as family. This has standardized or regularized the migratory situation of thousands of people who previously were not able to access formal migration status. And we also have a new process specifically for people of Venezuelan nationality so that they can access this formal status more quickly. While in the Montevideo Consensus, there is a separate chapter for people with disabilities, we in Uruguay understand the importance of guaranteeing rights for this specific demographic group that represents 16% of our total national population in accordance with our last or most recent census statistics. In 2019, we approved Law 19942 on inclusion in the labor force to include these people in the private sector. Psychotechnical tests have been eliminated and alternatives have been adopted so that people can enter the civil service, particularly when they have disabilities. Accordingly, these calls for applications do not discriminate against people with disabilities. In the same year, we also received a visit from international experts on inclusive education to work with people with disabilities and their families to look at the advances and recommendations to continue to promote and protect the our right to inclusive education in our country. As part of this, we have also adopted an additional policy for the inclusion of people with disabilities in our educational centers and have worked with different social and educational institutions, people with disabilities and their families. The scope of this project is to include the entire educational system to ensure accessibility, effective participation, and also educational achievements for these students, particularly for those who have previously been excluded or at risk of marginalization, as occurs in the case of people with disabilities. In 2021, the Ministry of Public Health and the Ministry of Social Development also published recommendations for appropriate services to be offered to people with disabilities in the health service in order to fulfill their rights when it comes to health centers around the country. In 2022, we had 3 consultation projects to design our public policies. The first was the regulation of people with disabilities who require support. Secondly, for the regulatory adaptation of people with disabilities when it comes to legal access for all people with disabilities so they can participate on an equal playing field. And this relates to the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And we have also created a support system for mothers with disabilities who are either pregnant or caring for small children. Nonetheless, when it comes to each of the chapters of the Montevideo Consensus, we see different chapters or challenges that call on our countries to examine ourselves. Uruguay is no different. When it comes to the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, we have worked with experts on demographic dynamics who work with the Ministry of Planning as well as the President's Office, which is made up of the Ministry of Public Health, Ministry of Economy and Finance, and also the Ministry of Education and Culture, as well as the Ministry of Social Security, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, President of the Republic, as well as the National Statistics Institute. We would like to reiterate our commitment to continue to work on these areas of interest to our peoples, and we ratify the crucial importance of the regional ruling when it comes to well-being of our societies and development across Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
We thank the delegation of Uruguay. So that we can move forward, we will continue with a presentation by our colleague Zulma Sosa, Coordinator of Population and Development from CELADE, Division of Population of ECLAC, and another on Population of CELADE, Division of Population of ECLAC, that will present the report of the Secretariat. The countries that have not presented, we will leave that at the end of the presentation of the ECLAC and UNFPA report, so that we join them with the other presentations so that we can leave on time. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those that are here in the room and also those that are online virtually. We have an enormous challenge with my colleague Fabiana to try to summarize in a little over 10 minutes the 2 years, 2022 to 2024, that we need to report on. On that regard, I will use a short presentation. In the first place, I want to mention that the strategic objective that guides the activity of the population division of ECLAC-CEPLADE is mainly the strengthening of capacities of the countries in the region in adding populational factors, programs, and public policies. The activities are structured around 4 different pillars. First, technical assistance provided in terms of demography, information, population, and development. Intergovernmental processes under the framework of the Regional Conference on Population and Development, the Regional Intergovernmental Conference on Aging and Older People, as well as the follow-up of the World Agreement for Safe, Organized, and Regular Migration. Part of our program is also research on social demographic issues and training on demography processing and data analysis. Besides the international agreements that guide our work, there are other agreements that are like our compass and our roadmap for this division, such as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Declaration of Indigenous People Rights, and a World Conference on Indigenous People, as well as the Durban Action Plan and the International Action Plan for Afro-descendant populations. As for the activities under the framework of this follow-up, our role as technical secretariat of the conference, we have held the 4th meeting of the Regional Conference on Population and Development, held hybrid in Santiago de Chile, and 650 people participated face-to-face, and around 1,300 people participated virtually online between government representatives, civil society organizations, the academia, international organizations, and others. During 2023, we held the 5th meeting of the directive organizations and the extraordinary commemorative meeting of the approval of the Montevideo Consensus, under which framework we presented the document Population Development and in Latin America and the Caribbean as the proposal for the 2nd regional report. And we presented the final version during this conference. Also in 2023, we implemented the online surveys to assess the virtual platform with 2 components regarding institutionality, laws, policies, and programs. Capacity strengthening for the round of census for 2020 is one of the historic activities also for the population division. The pandemic affected the calendars of the census round in 2020, characterized by enormous methodologic and technologic innovations, which was translated into important demands in terms of technical assistance, Since 2022 to date, we have worked intensively, both long distance as through missions to the countries in the region. And during this period, we provided technical assistance to 16 countries in all the different stages of the census process. We have also promoted exchange of experiences between countries in the region through the South-South cooperation. All of these activities have been held together with the Cooperation Fund in the United Nations. In terms of technologic and innovations and advisory in the implementation of the methods to capture and control in the census, Redatam is still used for the dissemination of microdata for the census and other sources of data, such as vital statistics, agricultural census, and household surveys. It is more used in the different stages of the processing, analyses, pilot tests, to improve the quality of the information. For that, we have empowered the development of Redatam in the new generation that is called Redatam X. In terms of the estimates and the projections for population during this period, these estimates and projections were divided by sex, calendar, and age for 20 countries in Latin America. This based on the new information on population and housing census, demographic surveys, and vital statistics in the countries. These figures were published both in the database on demographic trends as in the 2022 edition of the Demographic Observatory, and we provide technical, continuous, and permanent technical assistance to the different countries that request it. And we cooperate with different education institutions. With regard to the 5th chapter of the Consensus of Montevideo on rights, needs, responsibilities, and demands of boys, girls, adolescents, and youth, we have also worked on Chapter B of the Montevideo Consensus on the 2nd regional report, and we have provided technical assistance, participating in government events, civil society, the academia, and other multilateral organizations. And we have updated the databases regarding this topic. In terms of demographic changes, as was presented by the director this morning, countries in the region are facing the challenge of assessing opportunities that the demographic transition is facing to advance towards achieving the SDGs. During this period, we did studies and activities on technical assistance that allowed strengthening technical capacities to produce national transference accounts. This tool that captures intergenerational flows between the economy, distribution by sex, and socioeconomic level. During this period, we published the first manual in Spanish of this methodology, and we have foreseen developing projects with support of Cuentas para el Desarrollo. Activities in the division regarding aging are framed on the role of the Technical Secretariat of the Regional Intergovernmental Conference on Aging and Rights of the Elderly. This one is linked at the same time with the content of Chapter C of the Montevideo Consensus on Aging, Social Protection, and Socioeconomic Challenges. The period that is being reported on, we conducted activities in different environments. In particular, the 4th exam and the 5-year assessment of the International Plan in Madrid on Aging through the 5th conference that was held in December 2022, where the position document was presented called Aging in Latin America and the Caribbean, Inclusion and Rights of the Elderly. During the conference, the Declaration of Santiago was approved, human rights and participation of older people towards a society of inclusive and resilient care. There's also research and publications on aging, and we provide technical assistance in terms of human rights of older people and populational aging. In the period between 2022 and 2024, multiple activities were conducted in terms of international migration, human rights, and development in following up the mandates that occurred from the international conference regarding Chapter F of the Montevideo Consensus, referring to international migration and the protection of rights of migrants. In the co-chair of the National Network of the UN on Migration, together with the OIM, we carried out regional tasks to follow up the agreement for safe, organized, and regular migration. We also give technical assistance to the work group on international migration of the Statistics Conference of the Americas in terms of capacity strengthening in data production to follow up the agreement in 10 countries of the region. During the same period, in terms of internal migration, documents, manuals were published, and also technical assistance was offered to the countries to empower the use of these manuals in terms of diagnosis and analysis guided to the development of internal migration policies and daily mobility. We have also provided technical assistance and training in national capacities in the measurement and analysis of internal mobility, and of course, in terms of the update of the data banks of the mission. We included 2 specific chapters regarding indigenous peoples, Chapter H in Afro-descendant population, Chapter I in the Montevideo Consensus, show the commitment of the states with the closing gaps between applying measures that can guarantee the rights of these groups and their daily lives. Under this framework, we gave continuity to a set of actions to advance in the agreements of the consensus. We had technical assistance activities for visibility of indigenous people and Afro-descendants, as well as in the use of information analysis based on racial focus, and also a set of workshops and events on this same topic. Several activities were also conducted for people with disabilities and their rights in virtue of the mandates from the regional conference, together with the Convention on the Rights on People with Disabilities, the strategy of the United Nations for the inclusion of disability, and the strategy of the inclusion of disability from ECLAC. There were technical assistance activities measuring disability with the different sources of data, surveys, registries, and specifically in the population and housing census that are being conducted in the 2020 round. There is also advice the technical secretariat to the group of Buenos Aires on how to measure disability. Looking to the requests of countries in Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of training human resources, in terms of demographic analyses, and looking at the new technologic possibilities that the virtual world is offering, during 2020, CELADES started to teach the regional course on specialization in demographic analyses for sustainable development in a completely virtual modality with asynchronic and synchronic courses. So during 2022 and 2023, there were 2 versions of this course. with a duration of 6 months. And besides participants in the region, we have had students from Africa. There are also ad hoc workshops and courses for the social demographic analyses, including red data workshops. So with this mention to the activities, I would like to offer the floor to my colleague Fabiana, who will talk about the perspectives for the following period. Thank you, Sulma. We're a small team, so when I listen to Sulma, I'm already exhausted. So the activities report is both in Spanish and in English, so you can download it and read all of the details. In terms of the perspectives that we have for the following period, 2024 to 2026, and I will be very brief, what we're going to do is continue providing technical assistance, preparing studies, recommendations on policies, promoting the South-South cooperation, all in the same areas mentioned by Sulma that I will not repeat. As a technical secretariat, we have the 6th meeting of the directors table in 2025 and the 6th meeting of the conference in 2026. We will continue following up the Montevideo Consensus and updating the virtual platform. Let's remember that we have a work group under the leadership of CONAPO in Mexico. And tomorrow morning, we are going to have a meeting with the delegations with the different countries, members of this group, to work on the roadmap for this year. Also, activities of the Intergovernmental Conference on Aging, accompanying the World Agreement for Migration, Safe, Regular Migration, and technical assistance in all of these different topics, in all of the different chapters of the Montevideo Consensus, basically. We will continue with permanent support to countries in terms of population and housing, census together with UNFPA. So all of our activities are done together with UNFPA. I don't know why I mention it only here, because we work together. And as Sulma mentioned, countries are facing very complex processes in this 2020 round with many challenges, many innovations. So what is coming now is how to capitalize and how we can learn, because officially 2025 we have the 2030 round. So in reality we're extracting the data from one to start to prepare the following round. We have the estimates, population estimates, and we're emphasizing the subnational projections, the importance of this as a denominator of many of the indicators that we need for the SDGs and the Montevideo Consensus as a national, regional level. After many years, we have been able to patent the LATAM with updating our data banks that have an open format. That means that many of the indicators that we process and that we have at ECLAC, the civil society can use them for their own dashboards and their own apps. In terms of training activities, we didn't have the CREAD this year, but we can announce that the following year we will look at the intensive course on demographic analyses, and the site, it will be a semi-face-to-face modality. That is the one we wanted before the pandemic. And the country will most probably be El Salvador, where we will be able to have the meeting in that country. And also the Red Data courses with the cooperation with population associations such as ALAD, and also national population associations, universities, and working always with the civil society. Our work at CELADE is always to respond to the demands of the government and the countries and work in a participatory manner with indigenous organizations, Afro-descendant organizations, the feminists, the youth, always listening and enriching our studies and our recommendations in terms of policies with the civil society. And to end, I would like to say that even though it is true that they have mentioned crises a lot today, in reality, I think that if we look back to the crises that the indigenous people have lived since the conquistador arrived, that is much worse than what the Afro-descendants faced when they were in slavery for almost 300 years. The crises of the military dictatorships, the bloody wars that we had in our region. So I believe that since I was born, I have lived in a crisis. So why do I say this? Because even though it is true that we have to look at climate crises and all the crises we're facing now and characterize them, this cannot be an excuse to move backwards. And in that sense, in our work, when we're in crisis, we have to hold on to our principles, and our principles are the standards of human rights that are mandatory for the country, individual and collective rights of the indigenous people, and hopefully the governments would support the declarations of rights of the Afro-descendant people that is being discussed.
Como el lema lo dice.
And as we have heard, we do not want to have even one less woman with us, not even one less right, which is consecrated in a document. And we want more rights, as we have said in the Montevideo Consensus.
Muchas gracias, Zulma.
Thank you very much, Zulma and Fabiana, for reporting on the report of the Secretariat. I would now like to invite the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of UNFPA, Susana Sotoli, to join us on stage. Thank you. Thank you for the information on the report. It is a small but powerful team. Once again, a very good afternoon to you all. This is an excellent opportunity, and in the name of UNFPA, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to share with you, to speak to you about the activities that have been conducted by the UNFPA as well as our partners in the period from 2022 to 2024 and our outlook for the 2024 to 2026 period. Despite the fact that we work hand in hand with you, I would like to reiterate that the United Nations Population Fund is present all around the Latin American and Caribbean region via our national offices, a regional office, and a sub-regional office in the Caribbean. I would also like to say that we have new teams in our national offices, and it is a great pleasure for me to be able to point out my colleagues who lead our national offices to sitting over here on this side of the room. And when it comes to our national teams and as cooperation under the United Nations, these offices contribute to national development priorities. We work with multiple government institutions, all the way from statistics departments to ministries of health, ministries of foreign affairs, municipalities, and so on and so forth. We work with very diverse public institutions, and we also, of course, work with civil society organizations in all their shapes and forms. We often offer our spaces and our ability to call others to action and to meet to facilitate actions between civil society and states. We also work with the private sector, with multilateral as well as bilateral organizations and other key strategic partners. We work with national programs that are designed and implemented in partnership with our allies, seeking to advance on the global version of the conference as well as the regional instrument that take into account human rights that regionally and internationally set out our final goal for our regulatory actions. Clearly, the 2030 agenda is also part of our framework for tasks to be conducted, as well as the 3 transformative results that constitute the heart of our strategic global plan, and that seek to reach 0 unplanned pregnancies, 0 preventable maternal deaths, and 0 cases of gender-based violence and harmful practices. We must work with disaggregated and accessible information systems that are able to give us the visibility and necessary information that we need for these transformative actions. As has been said today and over the last 30 years from Cairo to the present, the region has advanced when it comes to the fulfillment of many of the precepts of the program. And accordingly, I will not repeat these, but we have had meaningful advances, as have the transitional demographic processes that have occurred. I mention this because it gives us the changing and sometimes challenging context against the backdrop of multiple crises that have been mentioned by Selade. And this is what dictates the work done by UNFPA and our partners. I would like to talk about some of the results that we have attained by way of illustration. Of course, you will have the complete version of this report available to you. And I would like to share with you some of these results that we believe are not ours, but rather the result of the collective work that we have done with our multiple national and regional partners. In 19 countries, we have seen the development of public policies and programs aimed at reducing teenage pregnancy. This has borne fruit in multiple countries. I'll mention only one, which is Argentina. In Argentina, we have reduced the adolescent fertility rate from 49.2% in 2018 to 25.2%. For every 1,000 women in 2022, with women between the age of 16 to 19. UNFPA and its partners feel very proud of this incredible achievement. From 2022 to 2023, UNFPA has given specific importance to raising awareness of those who have been most left behind, specifically people of African descent and indigenous peoples, focusing on strategies that are related to raising awareness of these demographic groups in terms of statistics and also designing programs specifically aimed at them. To name just one of these strategies, in 5 Central American countries and along the Caribbean coast, UNFPA and partners have, as part of the project Nobody Left Behind, reduction of teenage pregnancies amongst Garifuna, Mestiza, and Afro-descendant people along the Caribbean coast and Central America, is a project aimed specifically at reducing the high rates of teenage pregnancy amongst these communities. But as we have said today, we also need to come up with evidence with regards to the socioeconomic costs entailed in not taking action and not making necessary investments when it comes to addressing these matters that lie at the heart of the Cairo program and the Montevideo Consensus. Accordingly, UNFPA has been working on socioeconomic analysis methodologies to estimate, for example, the opportunity cost of not reducing rates of teenage pregnancy, or a methodology aimed at estimating impact goals related to the 3 transformative goals. The studies conducted in 14 countries around the region, hand in hand with many of you present here today, have fostered public investment in preventing teenage pregnancy in 2023, and this is a success case. Based on these studies and on this evidence, the government of the Dominican Republic increased funding for contraception for the reduction of adolescent pregnancy by 70%. We have 9 countries in the region where we strengthened the supply chain for the reproductive health chain, strengthening the information system and improving availability, and also reducing problems with supplies of contraceptives, especially for marginalized communities. This is related to a very specific function that we have at UNFPA, which is ensuring raw materials for SRHR and other medical supplies. And this in many countries is what we do when it comes to technical assistance that we provide to governments and other partners so that we can help them to either expand access to or improve access to these services. As part of our work in reducing maternal death rates, we have also worked on improving obstetric care for emergencies in 5 countries, strengthening the capacities of health providers in 7 countries, specifically in countries where the maternal mortality rates are more elevated. As an example, in Haiti, we have worked with professional midwives, which has, of course, taken on a key role during the humanitarian crisis to ensure health services provided to pregnant women. In Colombia, in the Chocó region, which is the region where some of the highest rates of maternal mortality are found, we have seen a reduction of 43% of maternal deaths from 2022 to 23, thanks to the National Acceleration Plan for the Reduction of Maternal Mortality Rates, which has been done hand in hand between UNFPA and the Ministry of Health. When it comes to emergencies and humanitarian crises, the UNFPA has a specific responsibility which is aimed at gender-based violence. Accordingly, we strengthened our efforts in multiple humanitarian crises in the region. For example, a package of minimum services required for SARHR and also to combat GBV during these emergencies. With lessons learned from the pandemic, we have also moved forward with innovative digital solutions to provide medical support to healthcare providers that work in areas that are difficult to access. In 5 Caribbean countries that speak both English and Dutch, we have explored the use of artificial intelligence to detect early signs of complications during pregnancy in remote areas. This is one of UNFPA's area of work, which enables us to rethink how we might deal with long distances or areas that take a long time to access for medical emergencies. Here we can continue to explore the use of innovative technologies, artificial intelligence, and other digital innovations to do so. One fundamental element of all the work that is done to have attained these results is related to the implementation of laws, policies, and comprehensive sexual education both within and outside of schools to help women, youths, and adolescents. This has, of course, meant arduous work in 14 countries across the region, working to create curricular content for comprehensive sexual education to be provided within schools in accordance with international standards. We have also supported public programs and policies to prevent gender-based violence in several countries in the region, working hand in hand with other UN agencies as part of the Spotlight Initiative and also as part of national action plans for the reduction of gender-based violence. 18 countries in the region have implemented essential services for survivors of gender-based violence. strengthening the multi-sectoral health response, as well as psychosocial support and legal support for these victims. Additionally, in 8 countries, we have worked to apply a regional model to deal with the issue of childhood marriage and forced early unions. Hand in hand with our colleagues from CELALE and financial institutions, for example, the Inter-American Development Bank, UNFPA has been working closely with national counterparts to reinforce information systems, more specifically statistics systems, helping with population and housing censuses in 19 countries in Latin America and 7 in the Caribbean. It is noteworthy here, as was mentioned by a CELALE colleagues, that the 2020 census round was achieved in 21 countries and included a question to identify, or a question for self-racial and ethnic identification. And there were also questions included on disabilities. And in 23 countries, there were questions about migratory status, and in 4 countries, there were questions about gender identity. This is the collective result of the work done by us, UNFPA, CELALE, as well as the work done by all of you, and this gives us enormous richness when it comes to seeking out disaggregated data, which will help us to have greater statistical visibility and have more precise information for public policy. Also, in collaboration with ECLAC, we support national statistics officers in 10 countries in the production and estimation of population statistics in small areas. In accordance with this context and always seeking to be as exhaustive as possible, I would just like to briefly share with you our outlook for the future. And in this sense, at UNFPA, our intention is to continue to work with all of you, to work with our partners in several strategic priority areas. First off, we would like to continue to work to close inequality gaps and to promote inclusive policies for excluded demographic groups, putting into operation the principle of not leaving anyone behind. More specifically, looking at our capacity to provide support for data production, as I said just a moment ago, to ensure statistical visibility of these groups and promote equality and inclusion. We also continue to work to collect and use disaggregated data to respond to emerging SRHR needs, GBV needs, and also looking at changes in the demographic, climatic, and migratory context. We will continue to work on strengthening partnerships as well as public and private investments in order to fulfill the commitments acquired in Cairo and Montevideo. And therefore, we will continue to work to continue to broaden our partnerships not only with governments and civil society, but also to work with the private sector and other societal sectors where we might be able to have an impact on both public and private investments in order to advance with these agendas. As we see growing humanitarian needs around the world, we will continue to work to improve preparation and response to emergencies, including the concepts of development, humanitarian aid, and peace. And we will continue to strengthen strategic communications in order to protect sexual and reproductive rights when it comes to or in the face of misinformation or the promotion of regressive ideas in areas where we have already attained human rights. We will here strengthen dialogues by providing evidence, which is important, of course, against a backdrop of misinformation which threatens not only our advances, but also the victories we have already attained when it comes to human rights. 6 years out from coming to the timeline that was set to fulfill the SDGs, and with a long way still to go with regards to insufficiently rapid advances, and in the face of unequal advances, we believe we must redouble our efforts so that we can fulfill these SDGs. And therefore, for us, a priority line of work at UNFPA, and we are doing this, of course, with partners, is looking for how we can put our feet on the accelerator, whether this be via innovation, partnerships, or investments, in order to catch up on time and continue to make these commitments into a reality. And as I said at the beginning, the idea is for all pregnancies to be desired, all births to be safe, and for all youth to have hope. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your commitment. And in the name of UNFPA and all of my colleagues, we express our gratitude to you, and I would like to reiterate our commitment to continue working in the upcoming period.
Muchas gracias, señora directora Susana Sotoli de
Susana Sotoli from UNFPA for the presenting this report. And we will continue with the different countries that were speaking. I will give the floor to the delegation in Honduras. Honduras, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, members of the main table, representatives of countries, the civil society, as well as the rest of the audience that is here today during this 5th meeting of the Regional Conference on Population Development for the Americas and the Caribbean. It is an honor for me to speak to you on behalf of the government of Honduras under the vision of our President, Xiomara Castro. We gather here today to assess the implementation of this action program of the International Conference on Population Development and its contribution to the follow-up of the 2030 plan for the SDG plan. We have a country of 9.8 million inhabitants, 67.3% are under 30 years of age that are facing the challenge of guaranteeing inclusive and equitable development for this population. In 2.5 years of government, we have had significant advances returning to democracy that was broken during 12.5 years in several areas, and we want to share those with you. As a government, we have significant progress in reducing extreme poverty and improvement of food security. Examples such as Red Solidaria, slogan of our government that is protecting 420,000 families, investing $180 million in education, health, infrastructure, and income. This program is 2007 households, more than aldeas, 389,000 women, heads of household, that receive money for education, health, and food security. In parallel, we have a program for school food. It's a symbol and an example for Latin America, with more than 1.3 million children in 20,000 schools that are serviced every single day. And I would like to give some data in terms of gender on the use of these programs. We have been to educate 105 people in 100 municipalities that are free of illiteracy. Thanks to this literacy program that we did with the sister country of Cuba, we have taught more than 65,000 women to read. The government is granting 100,000 scholarships to a population of a universe of 1 million people. 70,000 scholarships are for girls and adolescents. And we have delivered kits for 50 educational kits of shoes, uniforms, and school equipment to more than 50,000 girls throughout Honduras in extreme poverty areas that are more than 4 million inhabitants in this network. In sexual and reproductive health, we have achieved things that we consider modest. The implementation of protocols of care to sexual violence that have been crucial, and we're currently building 8 public hospitals and a total of 4 maternal neonatal care units in areas of poverty and 1 neonatal in Copam, with which we want to reduce the rates of maternal and neonatal mortality that are very high in our country. Family health teams of Red Solidaria in these aldeas are training more than 100,000 women heads of households, and we have more than 70% of adolescent pregnancies in the country. Also, to tell you that the National Sexual and Reproductive Health Program is starting a consultation process to be able to update it. And we approved the law of shelters for victims of violence, and we hope that will start on the 4th quarter of this year. The big challenge to face in the implementation of a strategy to reduce adolescent pregnancies, as well as mechanisms for universal sexual and reproductive health in all the schools in the country. With regards to care, which I believe is a topic that is being discussed, and we believe that as a country we came in late. The finaling the non-paid care policy that we hope can be implemented with a strategy to 5 years, starting as of the last quarter of this year, with specific measures in the social protection system to be able to guarantee that we can establish minimum parameters for social protection to people that are caregivers. In terms of disability, we inaugurated 50 municipal offices for disability throughout the country, 298 municipalities that Honduras have, and we are creating 60 additional ones in 2024 based on human rights focus and using a disability system we have designed where we have a virtual office for unemployment for people with disabilities and a question module. This is innovative in the country. We had never had a protocol for the exact data of how many people with disabilities we have in Honduras. And for the first time in the census in 2024 that will be started in a couple of weeks, we will be able to have a module of specific questions on disability for the first time in the history of the country. This will enable us to have exactness and updated statistics to create more efficient public policies. The draft to update the law for comprehensive development for disabled people will be delivered to Congress next week for discussion and approval. And we have worked on a protocol to train on sexual and reproductive health for women with disability, as well as giving IDs to these people in the country. We sent from the direction to the Secretariat of State, which was the Secretariat of Childhood, and now we have the first census of minors in custody that are custodied by the state, something we didn't have, and we hope will allow extending that to minors that live in the streets in the country. National Secretariat of Childhood and Families is a bet from the government to have an efficient strategy in this field. This has been abandoned during decades. In terms of the youth, we're updating the national youth policy with a work group that the government and civil society organizations are participating, and we want to guarantee that the youth have opportunities and support to reach their maximum potential. And to end, 85% of our older adults don't have access to pensions, so we are working on creating, supported by ECLAC and other United Nations agencies, creating a social non-contributive pension service and home services for the elderly that is being created thanks to the family team. Our proposal that will be delivered to the presidency that is being discussed in the Secretariat of Finances, and its viability is feasible, wants to include 100,000 older adults as of 2025. The social protection to older adults is being constituted as the main access for social protection in the country. On indigenous people and the Afro-Honduran, I can proudly say that we're about to present to the National Congress a reform of the national legal framework to recognize the Afro-Hondurans in our Constitution. This consultation process that will be extensive already started, and we will see its fruits soon. We also have an intersectorial commission for the International Human Rights Court with the rulings, and this had not existed in our country because the state was not only a violator of the rights of these people, but did not know of the rulings towards these people as well. We are also involved in complying 7 international rulings against the state of Honduras in this issue, and I also want to tell you that we're one of the few countries around the world that have been sentenced in this court for fishing, a case that has been renowned internationally, and our government not only apologized because of the Morris case, but we're about to integrate the 5,000 families of divers with disabilities from diving in the next few months. So in summary, our commitment with these areas and Montevideo Consensus show our dedication to building a more fair, sustainable society, because that is also a guarantee for democracy. Our advances are a testimony of joint work and the power of inclusive policies based on rights. We commit as a country to continue working in cooperation with the international community to reach these objectives, and we thank the United Nations system, the Population Fund, and ECLAC for their key support in the consolidation of many of these achievements. The Socialist Democratic government of Xiomara Castro reaffirming our commitment with the implementation of this program of the International Conference of Population and Development to achieve our sustainable development goals. And as we usually say, the government of Honduras is completely committed with not leaving anybody behind. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Honduras. The floor is now for Costa Rica.
Gracias.
Thanks. Thank you. It was a little bit of a long wait.
Ecuador, usted podría empezar porque
Ecuador, could you please start because I can't find my document.
Meeting.
Claro que sí. Adelante.
Yes, of course. Ecuador, the floor is yours. Thank you, Minister of Costa Rica, for this opportunity. Good afternoon to all those that are here and remotely. It's an honor to represent the Republic of Ecuador at this 5th meeting of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. On behalf of our President, Daniel Noboa, I extend a warm greeting to all the people here. I want to thank the hospitality of the government of Colombia and the organizing team, especially ECLAC and the Population Fund of the United Nations, UNFPA. Ecuador has 16.9 million inhabitants with 37% of young population, a mean age of 29 years. These data underscore the importance of strengthening investment in the youth, considering this window of opportunity, a demographic opportunity. Despite advances in reducing fertility, we have significant challenges in the rate of adolescent fertility. 5 girls and adolescents under 15 years of age in Ecuador and 105 adolescents from 15 to 19 years become mothers. This alarming reality pushes us to intensify our efforts to guarantee universal access to health and reproductive services for adolescents, as well as investing in comprehensive education on sexuality. June 24th, we signed the social agreement for a country with zero adolescent pregnant women by Lavinia Albanese and the Interministerial Committee of Pregnancy Prevention, presided by the Ministry of Public Health and integrated by the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Inclusion, and the Ministry of Women and Human Rights. This agreement has the commitment of more than 80 actors, civil society, international cooperation, the private sector, and young representatives. It has committed us to work together to approach this serious problem that drastically alters the life and future of girls and adolescents, but it also represents a high cost for the development of the country. Under the framework of our Constitution that has the fundamental right to health and living, we have regulations aligned with international commitments taken on at the International Conference on Population and Development. The National Sexual and Reproductive Health Plan and the intersectorial policy on pregnancy prevention in girls and adolescents are fundamental pillars of the commitment that the Ecuadorian government has, and we guarantee free universal access to a wide range of contraceptive methods at the Ministry of Health, with continuous investment that has exceeded $50 million during the last decade. In 2023, Ecuador invested approximately $1,000 million in sexual and reproductive health services, with approximately 12 million care services and promotion and caring for comorbidities. We reaffirm our commitment with the eradication of violence against women and non-discrimination from gender-based issues. Ecuador has implemented a set of policies and programs to face this problem, including the creation of specialized services for victims of gender-based violence throughout the country. We have reinforced the training of our health care staff in comprehensive protection to guarantee sensitive care adapted to the victims, implementation of campaigns, educational campaigns, and sensitization campaigns to guarantee gender equality and prevent violence from its roots. Ecuador is firmly committed with the Montevideo Consensus objectives, guaranteeing that our policies and the national laws are aligned with the best international practices. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity to participating at this fifth meeting, and I reiterate the commitment of the Ecuadorian government to continue advancing towards a future where all people, without any exception, can enjoy their fundamental rights both completely and equally.
Muchas gracias, Ecuador.
Thank you, Ecuador. We will continue with Costa Rica.
Ahora sí. Bueno.
A very good afternoon to you all. I believe, Madam Chair, that we are the last presentation. Thank you to everyone who is here. We have been very pleased to hear about these incredible advances made in other countries. This gives us great hope because while it is true that we face great challenges, we continue to advance. Costa Rica reaffirms its commitment to the Montevideo Consensus, looking at the actions that we have worked on, as well as strategic partnerships with both local and international actors. We would like to congratulate Colombia for being the chair of this international conference. We are very grateful to your government and your people for receiving us here in Cartagena. We wish you, of course, great success in your executive role, and we hope that we continue to see advances. Costa Rica has implemented the Montevideo Consensus at the highest technical and political levels, having implemented its priority measures in its National Development Plan in its version that was published in 2016. This has been translated into concrete policies and actions that puts people at the heart of state actions. Costa Rica currently has robust policies for equality and against violence aimed at women and girls. We have policies for science, technology, and telecommunications directed at girls and women. We also have a national care plan as well as a national action plan for climate and gender with a decree of national interest, in addition with national legislation for youths as well as adolescents for 2023 to 2026, as well as a policy for aging and the elderly, as well as a national health policy and its associated action plan. And we are currently working on public policy for indigenous peoples up to 2036. Costa Rica has been and continues to be a pioneer in legal advances for many of the matters that have brought us here together. For example, gender-based violence, inappropriate relationships where underage marriage is also legally penalized. We also provide guarantees to indigenous peoples as well as people with disabilities. When it comes to public participation in Costa Rica, we finally have a conference with equal participation from our peers and with participation from local government members. We have been able to increase the number of female mayors by 300%, increasing the number from 7 to 22. Women represent half of the population, and the idea is for us, of course, to be involved in decision-making. Nonetheless, we recognize that there is still a long way to go so that we can guarantee appropriate enjoyment and full enjoyment of all rights for all. And accordingly, I would like to talk about 3 points. First, Latin America and the Caribbean can be the first region to eradicate teenage pregnancy, which is an issue that destroys people's lives and impedes sustainable development. We commit to continue to execute actions and to conduct new programs in medium to long term to eliminate discriminatory cultural practices, and we would invite all countries to join us in this campaign for zero teenage pregnancies. Not just a few, not 10, not 3, but 0 teenage pregnancies with support from the Population Fund so that we can have a multiplying effect. Secondly, Costa Rica has defined a path that will enable us to accelerate, prioritize, and legitimize women and girls in our country so that we can move forward with programs and goals for our public policies with concrete actions that are also measurable and have a true impact. We cannot advance if we try to do everything at once. We must, of course, prioritize, and accordingly, we must earmark our resources in order to attain these goals. We must combat violence, ensure economic independence of women, and the matter of care are also the 3 pillars of our plan. Given that oftentimes the lack of employment opportunities and competencies that will lead to safe employment free of any kind of prejudice, of course, making it difficult to escape from cycles of poverty. And oftentimes, women's time available for employment is conditioned by their care responsibilities. We must look to models of co-responsibility of all societal members. We must include more actors and include more diverse visions as well as additional sectors. Thirdly, Costa Rica is working for the full inclusion of all people with disabilities, who represent approximately 17.2% of our national population. And we have been fulfilling the indicators that are provided for in the Montevideo Consensus as they relate to the specific demographic group since 2018. In fact, we are also moving forward a national policy focused on people with disabilities to be fulfilled by 2030. I would like to here add something important. Costa Rica has been a leader in raising awareness on people with disabilities within the Montevideo Consensus. Now the voices of those women who represent this demographic group need special protection as well as recognition to correct the historical exclusion and omission. Accordingly, we must soon create a group for people with disabilities. This is an initiative that we celebrate as an initiative to include their demands and needs in different chapters and measures as they relate to the Montevideo Consensus. This must be translated into a strategic action plan with the incorporation of specific indicators for these prioritized measures that include national statistics institutions and planning institutions in addition to civil society. Accordingly, my country is willing to share its experience and lessons learned so that organizations themselves who presented us with their civil society declaration can present to us a roadmap which will help us to set out this path more than ever before. Costa Rica and all other states, we would call on all other states to redouble our efforts in implementing the Montevideo Consensus in a visionary project for our region in order to move forward with sustainable development and the guarantee of human rights for everybody. Thank you very much, Costa Rica. And we will now move on to the Brazilian delegation. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In 2013, in the first meeting on the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, Brazil worked towards the Montevideo Consensus. We wanted this to become the most advanced document relating to population in the region. Since this time, the Montevideo Consensus has served as a roadmap for the work to be done by our National Population and Development Commission. Given the topics covered in the Montevideo Consensus, our National Commission sought to look at how to follow up on the least visible members of our population, focusing on the most specific problems that affect them in looking to address these issues with improved public policy. We now have reports that were sent to the regional conference. Our work was interrupted in 2019 when we saw the dissolution of our National Commission. Later, Brazil then distanced itself from the Montevideo Consensus, entering into agreements that go against the agreements committed to in Cairo. And the celebration of the 10th anniversary of the Montevideo Consensus, the Brazilian delegation had announced that given that it was impossible to create a national report, Brazil would present its contributions at the second session. And this then led to a technical note that made reference to the main public policies implemented by the Brazilian government. This year, we re-established a National Commission for Population and Development, and just a few days ago, it held its first session. One of the commitments entered into by the Commission prior to the regional conference is that we will next year deliver a voluntary report on development and population in Brazil. We are here in Cartagena to reaffirm our commitment. Brazil has made extraordinary changes over the last 18 months. We are fighting against hunger and poverty and are seeking sustainable development. These are central axes of our national policies as well as our diplomatic actions. We are once again picking up on the diplomatic tradition of defending the interests of countries in the global south as well as human rights. Nonetheless, we still have a long way to go. We have an estimated population of 203 million people in 2022. 80% of these individuals live in urban centers. We are a country of young people and with the increase also of elderly people. We also see that we have an increasing drop in birth rates and now there are 1.3 children born per each woman. We have significant socioeconomic challenges, which of course means significant load for the public health system to bear. These aging population, as well as people with disabilities, has led the government to develop a national care policy, which will be announced today. A return to economic growth has meant that Brazil is also once again the seventh largest economy in the world. Nonetheless, we continue to be one of the most unequal societies in the world. Extreme poverty has a very specific and cruel impact on women of African descent, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, LGBTIQ plus population, and also has a specific differential impact on the northeast and northern regions of Brazil, where the Bolsa Familia program provides support to more than 30% of all families. This shows that social assistance and welfare provided by the government plays an important role in the reduction of poverty. Madam Chair, at times when many are trying to take steps back in history, we must, of course, combat these rights being taken away from us. And Brazil now defends and recognizes sexual rights as reproductive rights of women and girls and of all people in all of their diversities. We will not stay quiet, and we must defend the rights of the LGBTIQ plus community. We cannot make any concessions in the fight for racial equality and when it comes to respect for rights of indigenous peoples. We must defend the rights of elderly people as well as people with disabilities. We will not stay quiet when it comes to also defending development in the fight against hunger and poverty. We will fight hand in hand with our friends and also fight against climate change. We recognize the work that has been done by civil society when it comes to implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. And we look forward to having sustainable development working with civil society and the government. We reaffirm our country's commitment to this social pact. Brazil is committed to the full implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, and we will ensure that population and development matters are discussed at the Summit of the Future. We would like to express once again our desire to be the vice chair of the presiding officers group for the CPD. We have heard that true peace is not only the absence of tension, it's also the presence of justice. It is about social justice, climate justice, gender justice, racial justice, ethnic justice, justice for all sexual orientations and genders, and ensuring fair conditions for everybody who has a disability. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Brasil. A continuación le doy la palabra.
Thank you very much. Let us now continue with Panama.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, respected representatives, honorable delegations from different countries around Latin America and the Caribbean, members of civil society organizations, and the general audience. It is an honor to represent the National Statistics and Census Institute from the Republic of Panama here at this esteemed event as part of the 5th Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. I am here to talk about some of the advances made in our national censuses when it comes to population and the 8th housing census conducted in 2023. Panama, as a member state of the United Nations and signatory to international and regional development agendas, makes an enormous effort to advance with regards to the commitments entered into to face the challenges that are imposed by demographic and population dynamics as well as transformations, under the premise that nobody will be left behind. The census round in 2020 represents a fundamental vehicle for the creation of timely, updated data that will enable us to evaluate advances with regards to population and development, having faced one of the biggest challenges ever faced by the humanity, that was, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic and its well-known consequences. In 2023, Panama held its national population and housing censuses, applying a methodological change in the type of census conducted. We had also a jure consensus, collecting data from 13 months using technology to collect data in 90% of our national territory, which represented a huge institutional challenge, as well as a national challenge. It deserves merit that we recognize the effort made by the Population Fund of the UN, UNFPA, that provide us with permanent support in this national mega project. The population and housing census was carried out and attained good results in all of its phases, which led to the exchange of best practices with other countries in the region, positioning Panama as a role model for Latin America and the Caribbean with regards to how censuses are conducted. The census investigated a range of variables looking at sensitive matters, for example, ethnic groups, people of African descent, indigenous peoples, peoples with disabilities, migrant populations, amongst others. Following up on the priority measures 76, 90, 98, as enshrined in the Montevideo Consensus, and also those established in SDG 27 and 17.1 that order us to improve the availability of timely, trustworthy data, including income, sex, race, ethnic origin, migratory status, disability, location, as well as other characteristics relevant to our national contexts. It is also important that we highlight in this new decade for our censuses the importance of participation and the use of variables, for example, people of African descent, which require support from the National Secretariat of Public Policy in order to develop policies for our Afro-Panamanian population. We have a question for Afro-descendants and also have an agreement to follow up on these variables in all phases of our census process. We have also approached the National Secretariat of Disabilities, SENADIS, as per the acronym in Spanish, to follow up on the disability variable. And in addition to working with them, we work with other institutions. We would like to share some relevant data when it comes to the Panamanian population. In Panama, we have almost 5 million people included in the census, and 49.4% of them are male, 51.4% are women, reporting a masculinity index of 98.3%, men for every 100 women. For the census, the historically vulnerable populations indicator was important. This was a historical milestone for the country. We gave a quantitative leap when it comes to self-recognition of members of Afro-descendant populations that increased from 9.2% to 31.7% in 2023. Now, 32 out of every 100 Panamanians recognize themselves as Afro-descendants. This step legitimizes the statistical visibilization of Afro-descendants which is, of course, necessary so that we can be aware of their characteristics, identify their differential realities, and also thereby move forward with public policies that are aimed at improving their living conditions. The percent of the population recognizing itself as indigenous also increased from 12.3% in 2010 to 17.2% in 2023. And they responded to the census in their primary residences, either within or outside of their local districts. 4.3% of the Panamanian population declared that they have a disability. And accordingly, this will be a relevant piece of data to provide continuity to our interinstitutional partnerships in working with UNFPA, as well as other Panamanian institutions to work in favor of people with disabilities. Accordingly, from March to April of 2024, Panama did its second National Disability Survey, in which we researched close to 37,000 households around the country, and these data are still being processed. Senadis will tomorrow be talking about this in the plenary session on disabilities. Another priority aspect for the census was our study on fertility in response to priority 12 and 17 from the Montevideo Consensus. In this instance, we focused on women over the age of 10. The census revealed that close to 10% of women aged from 15 to 19 have already had live births. Amongst the Afro-descendant population, this is equivalent to 6% of the population. And in indigenous adolescents, 21% of women aged from 15 to 19 years of age declared that they have children. The aging process of the Panamanian population has been accentuated over the last decade. This calls for us to pay special attention to care and social protection for the elderly population. We have seen the following trends: reduction in the percentage of people under the age of 15, an increase in the percentage of people in productive ages, aged between 15 to 64, and an increase in the elderly age of 65 years of age and above. In looking at also sex tendencies, the majority of aged people are women. In 2010, 7% of people in the elderly population were women. Now they are more than 10%. Dependence relationships is more than 54% in 2023, and the aging index increased from 25.2 to 38.6 in 2023. The structure of the youngest population group in our country is represented by indigenous peoples. However, over the last decade, the aging index moved from 78 in 2010 to 13 in 2023. Accordingly, the most aged population is the Afro-descendant demographic group, who have an index of 38.4% in 2010, reduced to 48, or increased to 48.1% in 23%. Women of African descent are 65.4% of the aged population. Aging in general speaks of the necessity to come up with public policies with a specialized gender, ethnic focus, as well as the inclusion of different economic perspectives to enable the social protection of people at advanced ages, in accordance with their differential characteristics. Many elderly people are women who live alone, who are poor, and who have a high possibility of surviving for many more years. The data mentioned are just some of the demographic components brought together in our 2023 census. And this will, of course, have an impact on the efforts made when it comes to our projections and estimations for our population. Accordingly, we have called upon experts from ECLAC as well as support from UNFPA. When it comes to the population trends presented, we would like to take advantage of this arena to talk about the impact of climate change on our country. This has had a direct impact on indigenous populations. Panama is now one of the first countries in Latin America and Caribbean to have displaced local communities due to this planetary phenomenon. Just recently, close to 1,500 indigenous people from the Cunayala district were moved towards dry land, given a rise in sea levels as they lived on islands. This is similar to what might be seen in the short and medium term for Afro-descendant populations who are settled in coastal areas, in island areas. Beyond the commitments that we have always had when it comes to population and development, as well as the achievements when it comes to having data, the fact that these are robust and trustworthy, this will be fundamental so that we can make these differential population realities visible and look at how these change over time. The biggest challenge that we face is getting these issues on public agendas so that we can have appropriate social programs to close structural inequality gaps so that we can have the effective exercise and enjoyment of human rights with a gender, ethnic, age group, migratory status, disability status, and other statuses included. These are contexts that we must respond to on an equal playing field. The Censal publications can be found on our webpage, on our census page. We also have the Redata consultational query group, so you can look at information from the 1980s up until 2023 with dashboard controls, interactive tools for the creation of demographic indicators all the way to the local level. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Panama. Next, the floor is for Suriname.
Thank you. The delegates of Suriname want to thank you for participating at this meeting. As we are experiencing the climate issues and just coming from the SIDS conference, I want to focus on the impact of climate change on Suriname development. Suriname has a semi-humid climate influenced by movement of their intertropical convergence zone, ITCZ. Hence, 2 rainy seasons and 2 dry seasons are observed annually over the largest part of the country, with a mean annual air temperature of about 27 C, ranging from 26 Celsius in January up to 31 Celsius in October, and an annual precipitation between 1,600 mm per year, 2,600 millimeters per year. Suriname is home to many unique ecosystems. The coastal plain houses a complex mangrove ecosystem, which is an important breeding, feeding, and nursery ground for marine and brackish water fish, marine invertebrates, sea turtles, and enormous numbers of migratory birds and water fowls. Suriname is vulnerable to the negative impacts of climate change. Despite having the smallest urban coastline, 2.6 kilometers among Caribbean states, the country remains particularly vulnerable to climate change. Because nearly 90% of the country's population, major economic activities and infrastructure are concerned along the low-lying, heavily urbanized coastal areas. The elevation of the coastal areas are only 0 to 3 meters above sea level, and a sizable part of the coastline in swamp. Suriname has already experienced extensive coastal erosion and has suffered damage from heavy rainfall and flooding, higher temperatures during the dry season, and high winds. In the interior area, the presence of extractive businesses is accelerating environmental degradation and risk of health hazards, including access to water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. In general, climate change-related impacts create risk for fiscal and macroeconomic stability, private investment in productive activities, sustainable growth, and poverty reduction. In general, climate change-related impacts create a risk for women and girls due to their caretakers' tasks and their sexual reproductive health needs and vulnerability to become victims of gender-based violence. This can be mitigated by fiscal and macroeconomic stability, private investment in productive activities, sustainable growth, and poverty reduction. So therefore, the focus of the government to include women, adolescents, and other vulnerable groups in policy and program development, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. As country, our best practice is to focus on building resilience of indigenous and tribal communities by improving access to water and sanitation, increase access to health care, including adolescent-friendly health service to reduce adolescent pregnancy and maternal health, improve food security and women empowerment through work in pineapple value chain, ensuring their representation at all levels. Suriname has done efforts to improve basic services and improve the living condition of our indigenous and tribal communities. Thanks for the support from UNFPA and other UN agencies for the Suriname government programs to address indigenous and tribal community needs. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Surinam. También tenemos...
Thank you, Suriname. The group has requested the floor, but they're not in the room. So we will give the floor to this group tomorrow. We thank the delegations for their active participation. We have finalized the country's presentation. So this is the end of this first day, and we remind you that on Thursday we will start at 10 in the morning. Have a good afternoon, and thank you all. Enjoy your evening.